Chapter 1343. Mingi and the Kuan Peng Demon Master were already engaged in a fierce battle. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan, who had been casually arranged by the red-top demon sage, had already quietly hidden in the void nearby to watch the battle. With their cultivation levels, they could not help but tremble when they saw such a fierce battle. What kind of godly combat power is this? I thought I was invincible, but now it seems I'm just a fart that, however, the moment the red gourd appeared, Bai and Ju suddenly showed an unprecedented state of excitement. They were ready to rush out. Damn it, don't rush. Zhuo Xiaoduo was shocked and hurriedly stopped them. Oh my God, if the two of you rush out so rashly, I'm afraid the two of us will really die here. That would be like giving away treasures to the two mighty figures in front of us. It was definitely impossible for them to rush out and play the hero. That would not be in line with Zhuo Xiaoduo's character setting. However, just watching them like this was also not in line with Zhuo Xiaoduo's character setting. The way that was in line with Zhuo Xiaoduo's character setting was naturally to quietly open the space ring and secretly spread out stacks of heavenly secret orders. He spread them out silently and left no traces behind. There was a great battle below. What a good opportunity to take advantage of it. The heavenly secret orders that he spread out would immediately turn invisible. As long as there was still life in the battle, they would be able to touch one of them. They would be invisible, traceless, and traceless. Otherwise, Zhuo Xiaoduo's actions would be exposed immediately, no matter how stealthy they were. On the other hand, the benefits of this free ride were immediate. Almost as soon as he cast it out, he received luck points. In the beginning, for the sake of insurance, he only opened a small crack and scattered them out in 2s and 3s. Later, when Zhuo Xiaoduo realized that no one had discovered him, he became bolder and directly opened up his firepower, scattering them out in large swathes. There was no sound, and the atmosphere was abuzz that at this moment, the battle between Mingi and Kuan Peng had reached its climax. Suddenly, countless clones of the Blood God rushed out of the Blood River and surrounded Kuan Peng Demon Master from all directions. They assisted Mingi in besieging the Demon Master. As the clones of the Blood God flew up and down, they almost formed a bloody barrier. The Kuan Peng Demon Master roared and his body flashed. He used a rare technique, rock spreading its wings. An unprecedentedly powerful airflow swept across the area. Countless Blood God's illusions were sent flying like shooting stars. No one knew where they went. The Nether River Patriarch roared, and a blood-red lotus appeared above his head. Boundless blood-red light flowed and protected the Nether River Patriarch. Layers of blood-colored petals spread out in all directions. The mighty power of the Kuan Peng was no match for it. The blood-red lotus filled the sky and was everywhere. Even Zhuo Xiaoduo in the void was affected by this wave of impact and was sent flying countless miles away. The Kuan Peng Demon Master grunted. He was the first to detonate the mighty power of the rock and sent countless Blood God's illusions flying. Although he was very powerful, his spirit had been destroyed. He couldn't move the blood-red lotus and was even surrounded by layers of blood-red lotus. However, the Demon Master was no ordinary person. He immediately changed his position and opened his mouth thousands of miles away, swallowing the infinite sea of flowers as the two of them fought fiercely. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was watching at the side, was scared witless. His heart was pounding, and his soul was about to explode. However, he still couldn't control his impulse. I'll try just once. A certain daring person loosened his grip. 2 heavenly secret orders were sent out silently. Their targets were Kuan Peng and Mingi. Boom. 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 The two of them, who had reached the peak of this world, felt something at the same time. It seemed like there was a great Tao aura probing them. Although this aura was faint, it was real. Especially the subtle feeling of being unable to resist. It was too real. At this moment, the two powerhouses were both shocked. Something was wrong. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. Boom. The two of them retreated to the left and right respectively. Their faces were filled with fear. The Kuan Peng's left palm and Mingi's Yuan slaughtering sword had created a sealed, independent world space at the same time. The two of them, who were mortal enemies, didn't even need to say a word. They were still fighting to the death a second ago, and in the next second, they had reached an agreement to cooperate sincerely. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were able to create a separate world with their peak cultivation. Just this move alone was equivalent to the creation of a world, the creation of the next miniature world. Although this process couldn't last for too long and could only last for a few seconds at most, it was only during these few seconds that this independent world truly existed and couldn't be faked at all. And in this miniature world, there was only one thing, two thin pieces of paper. What's this? The Kuan Peng stared and Mingi snorted angrily. They reached out to grab it at the same time. But at this moment, there was another boom. The two heavenly secret orders suddenly exploded and turned into nothingness. Since Zhua Xiao was played, a creation was perfected and the heavenly secret orders were released, it was the first time they failed. On the other side, Zhua Xiaoduo was immediately affected. His mind was shaken and he couldn't help but snort. Who's there? The Kuan Peng shouted. Mingi didn't say anything, but two sword lights intertwined and cut through the void. Without any explanation, he killed decisively. This was Mingi. This was Mingi's way of killing. Fortunately, Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaoyan had both teleported into the Tower of Annihilation the moment Zhua Xiaoduo let out a muffled groan. They were only a split second away from being killed by the two swords. Although the two experts had sensed something, they didn't get anything. They couldn't help but be suspicious. When they fought again, they didn't dare to use their full strength for fear that there would be other strong enemies nearby. At this time, more and more experts of the demon tribe came from all directions. The Ninth Prince led the experts of the demon tribe to kill from left and right. They were invincible. It was very different from the situation when they were slaughtered by the blood gods of the Blood Sea tribe. Mingi laughed and said as he fought, Kuan Peng, your reaction this time is very good. You were obviously attacked by the ancestor, but you were still shocked but not panicked. You seemed to be calm in the face of danger and actively responded. Could it be that you were prepared in advance? Now that the mysteries of heaven were in chaos, no one could predict the sudden crisis. The ancestor Mingi was really curious at this time. How did the Kuan Peng know in advance that there would be an attack? He stopped him almost immediately. If the ancestor Mingi launched an attack, the Blood Sea would continue to expand and the situation would be different. That alone was enough for the Nether River Patriarch to praise him for being awesome. The Kuan Peng snorted. His eyes flickered, and he said lightly, There is a reason for this. It's okay to tell you. It's just because. Zhuyan is here. Zhuyan. The ancestor Mingi was stunned. Are you serious? The Kuan Peng nodded slowly. The Kuan Peng was telling the truth. He knew that Zhuyan was nearby, so he was on guard. Now, he hit the target by a fluke. Or it could be said that he hit the target by a fluke. Fuck. The ancestor Mingi rolled his eyes and scolded. This beast ruined the ancestor's plan. It's really a beast of misfortune. It doesn't harm itself, but only harms others. It doesn't matter if it's family, friends, enemies, or enemies. These words immediately caused the Kuan Peng demon master to feel sorrow in his heart. Soon after, he felt like he had found a soulmate. Indeed, this fellow hasn't even revealed himself, but there are already mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Although the overall loss in this battle was not great, it was only the higher-ups. More than millions of ordinary demons died tragically, and they were all turned into nourishment for the Blood Sea, especially the Thunder Eagle clan that had seen Zhuyan face to face. Now, more than 85% of the powerful demons in the clan had died. Even the Thunder Eagle king, Lei Yishan, was dead. If this was not a beast of misfortune, what was it? At this moment, the Kuan Peng demon master felt lucky that he didn't find Zhuyan in the previous search. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to escape from seeing that beast. Then, misfortune would definitely befall him. How unlucky would it be? It was unimaginable. Even the Kuan Peng, who was at the peak of this world, was 30% disgusted and 70% fearful of Zhuyan. In a word, this bastard was a disaster. Whoever met him would be unlucky. He didn't differentiate between friend and foe. He was the enemy of the entire country. The Kuan Peng didn't know that the Nether River Patriarch was even more fearful of Zhu Yin than he was. Not only had he seen Zhu Yin before, but he had also been unlucky after meeting Zhu Yin. When he heard that Zhu Yin had appeared here, he subconsciously wondered if bad luck was about to befall him again. Thinking of this, the Nether River Patriarch suddenly felt that he shouldn't stay here for long. He couldn't help but want to retreat. The Kuan Peng had suffered a small loss in the battle with the Nether River. He knew very well that he was qualified to fight the Nether River, but it was impossible for him to defeat this old thing. Both sides were peak mighty figures in this world. They knew each other's strength. Since they couldn't keep each other here, they might as well end it here. With the same thought, the atmosphere became more and more peaceful as they fought. So Xiao Duo poked his head out of the Tower of Annihilation again to see what was going on. He still had a lingering fear. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never have thought that there would be a day when the Heavenly Secret Order would be captured. The senses of these two almighty beings were so sensitive and their methods were so amazing. Not only did the Heavenly Secret Order not take effect, it was captured instead. At this moment, even Zhou Xiaoduo could feel that the battle was about to come to an end as he watched the shocking battle from afar. At this moment, a wild laugh suddenly resounded in the air. Tens of thousands of rays of light suddenly appeared in the sky. A bright yellow figure stepped out of the sky above the battlefield. Although he appeared alone, he seemed to be leading an army of thousands of men and horses. That kind of glorious atmosphere made people have an impulse to kneel down and worship him as soon as they saw him. The appearance of a person was like the arrival of a king. All the land under the heavens belonged to the king, and all the people on the shores of the land were the king's subjects. He was supreme, and he was the only one. With one step, the sea of blood was so frightened that it rolled backward. In an instant, it retreated like a receding tide. The awe-inspiring heavenly might made ghosts and deities flee. Dong Wang was here. In my knowledge, the three pristine ones, the demon ancestor, and the two sages of the West are at the same level. Dong Wang and the others are at another level. Mingyi, Kuan Peng, and the others are one level lower. So I decided to write according to my own knowledge. Maybe it's different for what many people know. Just bear with it. Chapter 1344. Light radiated in all directions. It shook the void. It was glorious. Dong Wang stepped out of the void and smiled faintly. What a coincidence. Mingyi, did you come here to be beaten up because you knew that I was coming? Mingyi turned pale with fright. He waved his hand, and the two swords returned instantly. However, everyone saw the change in his expression. Dong Wang, why? Why are you here all of a sudden? Dong Wang smiled sinisterly. If I didn't come here, how would I know how mighty you are? Since you're here, I'll take my leave. Mingyi turned and left without another word. Unfortunately, he was too naive. Now that the situation had changed, how could he leave just because he wanted to? Freeze! Dong Wang shouted. A small golden bell covered the top. Although Mingyi Patriarch turned into a streak of bloodlight and sped away, he couldn't escape from the small bell. In a flash, the small bell was getting closer and closer. Suddenly, it became incomparably huge and directly covered the entire mountain and river. However, with two clangs, Yuan-Tu and Abi's swords clashed with the Chaos Bell, and both of them flew out. Fortunately, the two swords struck out and collided with the Chaos Bell, causing a momentary gap in the space covered by the giant bell, allowing Mingyi Patriarch to escape. However, even if Mingyi Patriarch reacted quickly and fled quickly, it was inevitable that 1 or 2% of the bloodlight was intercepted by the Chaos Bell and locked inside. The bloodlight was cut off. Mingyi Patriarch screamed miserably. Today is indeed a day of misfortune. Zhu Yin's fierce name is well-deserved. I will kill you. Then, the bloodlight soared into the sky and disappeared instantly. The countless blood gods' illusions that didn't have time to escape collided with the Chaos Bell. The Chaos Bell emitted a dark yellow light, and the blood god's illusions instantly shattered into dust. The blood sea on the ground quickly dissipated, and the ones that didn't dissipate were sucked into the Chaos Bell. The Bell of Chaos was powered by Dong Huang with all his might. He wanted to kill the Nether River Patriarch in one fell swoop, covering thousands of miles of land. Although it did not kill the Nether River Patriarch on the spot, it still left a part of his Blood Lotus clone inside the bell. It was enough to reduce the Nether River Patriarch's combat strength by more than 10%, and he would have to recuperate for many years before he could recover. However, the range of the Bell of Chaos attack was too wide. The Kuan Peng Demon Master, the Xiaoduo who was watching the battle in the void, and the Space Exterminating Pagoda beside Xiaoduo were all enveloped within. Xiaoduo felt his vision darken. Suddenly, the sky turned dark, and he couldn't even see his own fingers. He knew that things were not going well. He had already fallen into an inexplicable crisis, and right in front of him, there was a tyrannical existence that was beyond his knowledge, the Kuan Peng Demon Master. This was an unexpected calamity. Xiaoduo thought that he had hidden far enough. It was thousands of miles. How did he get in so easily? Is there still any law? Damn, this change is too exciting. Xiaoduo was so scared that he almost wet his pants. He subconsciously wanted to run into the Space Exterminating Pagoda. He was holding on to the fact that the Kuan Peng Demon Master might not notice the thoughts of small shrimp like him. As long as he could return to the Space Exterminating Pagoda in time, there was still room for him to turn things around. But at this moment, he suddenly felt two tugs. It was Bai and Jiao who were holding on to Xiaoduo, not letting him go. Good boy. You can't wait to see me off when I'm old. Xiaoduo complained in his heart. He really did not understand what these two little guys wanted to do. This was a critical moment of life and death. Could they not make a fuss? And the answer came out in the next moment. Everything was clear. In the darkness, a red light flashed. A lotus petal was floating in the air, emitting a faint red light. It was very eye-catching in the boundless darkness. Mysterious, beautiful, powerful, yet lonely and without anyone to rely on. In the next moment, Bai and Jiao rushed forward like wolves and tigers. Eat it. Swallow it. Chew it. Ow, 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 dot. The Kuan Peng Demon Master, who was also under the Bell of Chaos, noticed the lotus petal immediately and was overjoyed. That was Mingyi's original spiritual treasure, the 12th grade Khanate Blood Lotus. In his excitement, he was about to capture it. However, at this moment, two rays of light, one white and one black, suddenly appeared. Under the illumination of the light, there was an illusory figure beside them. Damn! The Kuan Peng Demon Master was shocked. At this moment, his hair stood on end and he shuddered. In the sudden change, just now, the three most powerful people in the world were fighting with all their might. His Majesty Dong Huang even activated the Bell of Chaos with all his might. Yet there was still someone watching from the side, and the three of them did not notice at all. What? What the hell was going on? What's more, he dared to sneak into the Bell of Chaos and take the millet out of the fire. So awesome. Who was it? Just as the Kuan Peng Demon Master was shocked, the two rays of light, one white and one black, had already entangled the Blood Lotus petal. The Blood Lotus petal showed an unprecedentedly violent struggle. The red light surged, and its power was unprecedented. However, the white light and the black gas had their own styles. They were obviously trying their best to devour the Blood Lotus petal. The Kuan Peng Demon Master was shocked for a moment. Then he shouted angrily, "Put it down." While he was shocked, he instantly determined that these things in front of him were not a threat to him, even if they had a special origin. The moment he felt at ease, he opened his hand and clenched it fiercely. The Blood Lotus, the white light, and the black gas were all first-class treasures. The Blood Lotus was obtained by His Majesty Dong Huang. If he took it recklessly, it would be a disaster. However, the white light and the black gas carried the power of yin and yang. If he took it, it would be his. This was not an accident. It was a great opportunity that fell from the sky. Just as the white light and the black gas successfully entangled the blood lotus, the Kuan Peng Demon Master's hand reached out and grabbed the white light and the black gas. He clenched it fiercely. Little White and Little Geo, the two gluttonous brats, were greedy for victory and did not know how to lose. They did not care about this change. Like toads that had their stomachs grabbed, they screamed, "Mommy, save us!" Xiaoduo could not care less about his opponent. He subconsciously attacked with his sword and tried his best to help. Just as he attacked, he regained his rationality. He realized that the sword was the sword formed by Zhao's feather. It was too hasty. However, the arrow was already knocked on the bow. Xiaoduo let go of his worries and used the Flaming Sun Sutra, Grand Sun Primordial Fire, Elemental Fire Technique, Zhu Rong Primordial Fire, and other fire elemental fire to their limits. In an instant, a mighty sun appeared in the sealed space of the Chaos Bell. The blazing sword light pierced the Kuan Peng Demon Master's hand. The Kuan Peng Demon Master was not an ordinary person. It was not that he could not dodge or block the attack. However, the moment the sun appeared, the Kuan Peng Demon Master was dumbfounded. Oh no! Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Damn! Why is there a three-legged golden crow in the Chaos Bell? What the fuck is going on here? With a loud boom, the two forces collided violently. Puff! Zhao's feather could not be held together and instantly turned into fine powder. So Xiaoduo also groaned. He was shocked by the huge force and was bleeding from his 7 orifices. His internal organs were burning. However, he was able to create a gap and successfully save Little White and Little Geo. He quickly retreated with the blood lotus petal. Whoosh! Bai and Zhu waved their tender hands at the same time. A patch of green and a patch of red light quickly merged into the Chaos Bell. Then they were brought by Xiaoduo into the space-exterminating pagoda. A huge amount of Khanate Qi suddenly burst out and covered all auras. The Kuan Peng Demon Master retracted his hand and stared at the black hole on his fist that had been burned because he was caught off guard. He fell into deep thought. What's going on? Why can't I figure it out until now? Brother Zhong, what do you think is going on? The Kuan Peng Demon Master asked. Of course, the Kuan Peng was not stupid. The Chaos Bell was a supreme grade, Khanate numinous treasure and had its own artifact spirit. The Kuan Peng's question was directed at another Chaos Bell that might know the problem. However, the Chaos Bell was still suppressed by Donghuang's full power. Its attention was on the outside world, and it did not pay attention to the things that were suppressed in the bell. When it noticed, it realized that as a supreme grade Khanate numinous treasure, it had already accepted the other party's conditions. It had accepted a wisp of vitality, a wisp of providence, and a blood lotus. Did I accept a gift? At that moment, the Chaos Bell was stunned. What's going on? Whose gift did I accept? I just joined forces with Master and expanded with all my might. I was focused on chasing after the Netherworld River. Why did I accidentally receive such a huge gift? Does it have to be so exciting? It would not be too much to receive such a huge gift from the heavens 100 times a day. Just as he was about to confirm the situation and count his gains, he heard the Kuan Peng Demon Master's question. You're asking me what's wrong? The Chaos Bell digested the benefits it had obtained. It did not say a word and made a fortune. What's wrong? I want to ask you what's wrong. If you ask me, who should I ask? Actually, as the artifact spirit of a Khanate numinous treasure, he had vaguely sensed it. At most, it was not that obvious. What made him really afraid was that there seemed to be a faction nearby that he was very afraid of. They had a lot of people. It was probably the first Khanate spirit root, right? He had to treat this matter carefully. Besides, Kuan Peng, do I have to answer you just because you asked me? How embarrassing would that be? Therefore, he chose to ignore the Demon Master's words. He should ignore it just for the sake of the generous gift. At that moment, there was suddenly a bright light. Donghuang put away the Chaos Bell and looked over. He could not help but be stunned. Kuan Peng, you put away the blood lotus? I've already confirmed that I have intercepted a portion of the Nether River Patriarch's intrinsic numinous treasure. Why is it gone? You, Kuan Peng, actually dare to collect my spoils of war in my bell. You're defying the heavens. Dong Wang's mood instantly worsened. Did I rush over to work for you? Dong Wang slanted his eyes. One of them was bigger than the other. He felt upset. Tisk TSK TSK. Kuan Peng, you're quite fast now. Chapter 1345. Your Majesty Dong Wang, please understand. How would I dare to take your Majesty's things? Kuan Peng hurriedly clarified. Something else happened. Then, he recounted the matter, just as he was halfway through his sentence. Wait, Dong Wang interrupted. Grandson primordial fire? Huh. The demon master was stunned. What's wrong? Why are you so shocked? Dong Wang immediately ordered Little Bell. Yes. Restore all the previous changes. Don't let go of any flickering shadows. All right. The Kuan Peng demon master wanted to hit someone. You, the Chaos Bell, are looking down on me too much? You ignore me when I spoke to you just now. Now you agree so clearly. Are you looking down on me, Kuan Peng? Little did he know that the Chaos Bell was also cursing. This fellow is really big. If I turn into a pot, I wonder if I can be stewed in a pot? Light flickered in the Chaos Bell. With a buzzing sound, all the light and shadows were gathering and restoring that, however, the illusory figure and the two rays of light did not leave any traces. In the end, only a small amount of powder was gathered. However, this small amount of powder was mixed with the aura of the three-legged golden crow. Although it was very small, it was real. Dong Wang looked at the powder that was sealed by the aura of the Chaos Bell and sensed it carefully. His eyes flickered as he said calmly, "Can you restore it further?" The Chaos Bell moved again. It began to compress, shape, and trace the origin. In the end, a small feather floated in the air. It was only the size of sesame seed. Dong Wang took a deep breath and sensed the power of the feather. He had indeed sensed the aura of the three-legged golden crow, but he still did not have any impression. Vaguely, there seemed to be an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Dong Wang was stunned. His eyes were filled with shock. Then, he said solemnly, "Keep it well. Don't scatter it." The meaning of that sentence was very clear. It was not easy for him to condense it. If it scattered again, there would be no traces or smell left. The Chaos Bell spirit agreed. Kuan Peng watched from his side and was confused. Kuan Peng, look here carefully. I think my elder brother and sister-in-law will ask you about this. Try to recall and sort out what happened in the short period of time you were in the clock. Dong Wang patted Kuan Peng's shoulder and said, I'll leave this place to you. I have to go back immediately. I'm afraid that you're not the only one who was attacked. Your Majesty, don't worry. With me, Kuan Peng, here, nothing will happen. Dong Wang nodded his head. He glanced at the Thunder Eagle City that was already in ruins. He lifted the bell of primal chaos and instantly transformed into a yellow light that sped away. Dong Wang came and left in a hurry. Even after a fierce battle and an exchange of words, they didn't stay for more than 5 minutes before leaving. He came so abruptly and left in such a hurry. Even after Dong Wang left, Kuan Peng was still in a daze. He felt that everything that happened today was weird. He subconsciously transformed into his human form and scratched his head. Yes, he had to admit that it was easier to scratch a human's head. Damn, is this the time to think about whether it's easy or not? Now, I should be thinking about what's wrong. First, there was Mingy. His sudden attack was indeed unexpected and caused considerable losses. But compared to what he had lost, the losses of the lower echelons of the demon clan were nothing. Mingy had lost a Khanate numinous treasure. He had lost a petal of the 12th grade red lotus of hellfire. Since ancient times, all the Khanate numinous treasures in the world had been destroyed except for the 12th grade golden lotus of the Western sect's Taoist Jian, which had been devoured by the demon race's mutant Taoist one by chance. Today, another numinous treasure was damaged. Indeed, the calamity had arrived. Anything possible or impossible had happened. Well, the 12th grade Lotus Throne had always been known to be invincible when standing on it. The only two damaged numinous treasures were both 12th grade Lotus Thrones. If he met Mingy again in the future, he must focus on the red lotus of hellfire. It didn't make sense that the Taoist one could devour the third-grade Golden Lotus throne, but his swallowing heaven and earth couldn't devour the Red Lotus of Hellfire. Damn, he had digressed again. Now is not the time to plan for Mingy's Red Lotus of Hellfire. The key question now should be, well, how did the Red Lotus petal get lost? His Majesty Dongwang didn't get angry. Could it be related to the sudden appearance of the Grand Sun, True Fire Sword? And who was that illusory figure? Also, what was the aura of the two supreme-grade numinous treasures, one white and one black, that he had regarded as his own? God has mercy on me. I, Kuan Peng, am not willing to let go of external objects. It's just that all the numinous treasures in the world have owners. This time, I finally encountered two, but I missed them. Needless to say, it must be that bastard Juyin who caused me to miss the numinous treasures. So many questions lingered in the mind of Kuan Peng Demon Master. Then he scratched his head subconsciously and frowned gloomily. There are so many questions, but I can't figure out any of them. And His Majesty Dongwang, for what reason is he here? Why is he here? It's too baffling. You said you were coming, but you should have told me earlier. If I knew you were coming, I would have used my life to entangle Mingy. Then, you would have aimed for an opening and attacked with all your strength. Even if Mingy didn't die here, the loss would be much greater than now. Oh, right. His Majesty only listened to half of my report. I didn't have time to say the other half. This is so depressing. I haven't finished my report. Why are you running? The enemy is gone. Why are you in such a hurry? Kuan Peng Demon Master felt more and more depressed. After blowing a gust of wind in the air, he barely managed to blow away the depression in his heart. He landed and shouted, "Sort out the casualty data." In a faraway place, Thunderhawk King Lake flashed as his body was almost split in half. His body was covered in blood, and he was on the verge of death. Even the Yuan Killer Sword had pierced a hole in his Fey core as golden light constantly dissipated. Ninth Prince Ren Jing carried him and ran over. Demon Master, Lei Yishan is dying. Kuan Peng Demon Master rolled his eyes. He really didn't want to save him. If this bastard didn't bring Juyin here, there was a 99% chance that this battle wouldn't have happened. But after thinking carefully, it seemed that Mingy was more unlucky than him. He couldn't help but calm down. Let me see. The Battle of Thunder Eagle City. Thunder Eagle King Lei Yishan was seriously injured. The Thunder Eagle tribe suffered 13,000 casualties. More than 90% of their experts were killed. The Thunder Eagle tribe could not recover from this setback. If they wanted to rise again, it would take at least 3,000 years. Without 3,000 years, the Thunder Eagle tribe's young eagles would not be able to grow. It could basically be announced that this tribe was eliminated from this calamity. Only a half-dead Thunder Eagle King was left with less than 1,000 experts. They couldn't even set up the Thunder Eagle formation, which was the most threatening to experts. How could they talk about combat strength? Coupled with the fact that the Blood Sea had wreaked havoc in the vicinity of the Thunderhawk City, tens of millions of demons had died an unnatural death. It was bound to become a place of great danger, and very few demons were willing to settle down here. The decline of the Thunderhawk clan was more or less a foregone conclusion. In this unforeseen event, apart from the Thunder Eagle tribe's heavy losses, the Ninth Prince Ren Jing was slightly injured, and the Demon Sage Dan Ding was seriously injured. The rest didn't suffer any major losses. Furthermore, the Azura tribe that came to attack this place did not have it easy either. At the very least, hundreds of thousands of soldiers had perished under the Kuan Peng Demon Master's suction force. Furthermore, when the Eastern Sovereign appeared, he illuminated the entire universe and incinerated the heavens and earth. Another few million Azura tribe members have been taken away by the Bell of Chaos. There was also a large number of Blood Gods clones in the Blood Sea. Tens of thousands were killed on the spot. Comparing the two, the overall result of this battle was that the Ashura tribe's losses were more severe. If Dongwang had pursued them, the Ashura tribe's losses would have been much more severe. However, the situation was clearly good just now. Unexpectedly, Dongwang didn't continue to pursue them. The Ninth Prince Ren Jing stood in midair, his face pale. He suddenly thought of something. Then, Where are Hui Pao and Hu Ermio? The red-crowned demon, Saint, was taken aback. This time the attack was unexpected, so I brought the two of them with me. But when another river appeared, I intercepted them, and casually threw the two of them away. Now, why are they gone? Could it be? The ninth Prince Ren Jing's face instantly twisted. Could it be that they're dead? He hurriedly landed and searched around the devastated area. However, how could he find them without actually thinking about it? It made sense. With the two tigers' shallow cultivation, even if they did not fall under the first wave of the Blood Sea surprise attack, how could they escape from the Blood God's child's rampage after that? There were very few survivors below the sky-soaring realm in Thunder Eagle City, and they could be counted with one's fingers. Sigh, clues. The ninth prince sighed as he stomped his feet. On the other side, the Netherworld River rode on the bloody light and ran for his life. He was so anxious that he was like a fish that had escaped a net. He didn't know how far he had run. Suddenly, a black light appeared in front of him, and Buddhist light soared into the sky. The benevolent and holy intent on the other side illuminated the world. A benevolent Buddha dressed in pure white monk robes stood together with a figure shrouded in black gas. The Buddha was handsome. His body was tall and straight, like a jade tree in the wind. However, a faint buzzing sound could be heard from the black gas. Martial Uncle Netherworld River. The monk was gentle and polite. Vajra Buddha, the Netherworld River Patriarch, panted. I don't dare to be addressed as such by Martial Uncle. The monk smiled. That Kuin Peng Demon Master didn't chase after you? Things have changed. Dong Wang suddenly came. It's already very fortunate that I was able to escape alive. The Netherworld River still had lingering fears. In the distance, a black gas soared into the sky. The figure of the fiend ancestor, Rahu, flashed. His eyes were like lightning. Dong Wang Tai actually came personally? The Thunder Eagle City is a small place, but has received the blessings of both Demon Master Kuin Peng and Dong Wang Tai. How lucky. Why didn't Dong Wang chase after you? It's because Demon Master Dong Wang is gathered in the same place. I can only focus on escaping. I really don't have the heart to care about anything else. The Netherworld River couldn't understand why Dong Wang didn't chase after him. Although the exchange of blows was short, he could clearly sense Dong Wang's anger. He could also sense Dong Wang's determination to pursue him. However, he didn't chase after him. This matter was truly odd. The matter of setting up a trap to kill the Kuin Peng has come to an end. Chapter 1346. The matter of setting up a trap to capture and kill Kuin Peng has come to an end. The fiend ancestor Raha's voice was indifferent. He was a little disappointed. He had planned many times and moved on all sides to capture and kill Kuin Peng. He did not expect that because of Dong Wang's arrival, all his efforts would be in vain. Although Kuin Peng could almost match the Demon Emperor Dong Wang in the demon race, the word almost destined him to be inferior to the Demon Emperor or Dong Wang. Be it his cultivation level or equipment configuration, he was inferior. Fighting against Kuin Peng was a sure-win situation. Now that they had to fight against Dong Wang Tai, even though they still had the advantage, it was impossible for them to kill or capture Dong Wang Tai, unless one of the fiend ancestor Rahu, Patriarch Nether River, and the Vajra Buddha was willing to self-destruct and severely injure Dong Wang in one go. It would be possible for them to succeed. However, how could the three of them do such a thing? Moreover, according to the seniority of the pugilistic world, the fiend ancestor was Dong Wang's elder. The fiend ancestor's combat strength was higher than Dong Wang's. He also had the god-slaying spear in his hand. He was enough to pose a considerable threat to Dong Wang. However, Dong Wang's chaos bell was not to be trifled with. If they fought alone, the most likely outcome would be that both sides would be injured. Then, they would retreat and recuperate. It was impossible for both sides to die. It's a pity that the five sides attacked together to kill the Demon Master, Kuin Peng, and cut off an arm of the Demon Court. While the Demon Court lost a general, they were still targeted by everyone. Who would have thought that the Dong Wang would arrive at such a coincidence and cause the situation to suddenly become unbalanced? The Vajrabuddha was a little regretful. This is probably fate. There's nothing we can do. The others nodded in unison. At such a subtle moment, when the heavenly secrets were chaotic, even the most powerful cultivator would lose the possibility of predicting the past and future. Now that Dong Wang had rushed over, they could only attribute it to a coincidence. However, it was this coincidence that destroyed an important plan of the Buddhist, Fiend, and Azura races. This time, Mingi had personally fought. His original plan was to capture the ninth prince, Ren Jing, and immediately leave. In that case, the Demon Master Kuan Peng would definitely chase after him, but the Kuan Peng's speed was at least one of the top 5 in the world. It was impossible for Mingi to escape from his pursuit. But Mingi's purpose was not to get rid of the Kuan Peng, but to go to a suitable place. Once he arrived at the right place, the 4 masters would attack together and kill the Kuan Peng. The plan was based on the actions of the 5 parties. Then it was led by Mingi himself. Layers of arrangements were made to lure Kuan Peng into the trap. Originally, it was going smoothly. It was about to reach the final stage. However, the sudden arrival of Dong Wang and Tai made the whole situation unbalanced and difficult to continue. After this incident, if they wanted to set up another trap, even if the other party was slow to realize it, they would definitely be on guard. It would be difficult for them to succeed. Everyone sighed, bowed, and left on their own. Mingi walked the fastest because he had to go back and heal his injuries. During the conversation just now, he didn't reveal the fact that a petal of his life-blood lotus had been cut off. If he was really exposed, there was a high chance that the 3 people in front of him would suddenly have evil intentions and kill him. Although everyone was working together, who would not be on guard against each other? Those who were not on guard would be the true idiots. He might end up being another Kuan Peng. In fact, he might end up worse than the Kuan Peng. After all, there was no other peak powerhouse in the Blood Sea aside from him. The demon ancestor turned into black smoke and rushed to the fiendish demon battlefield. The Vajrabuddha focused on the black smoke beside him. "Fellow Taoist, where are you going? Why don't you return with me?" A buzzing voice came from the black smoke. "I just returned and am not familiar with this place yet. I would like to take a look around." "All right." The Vajrabuddha chanted a Buddhist proclamation and turned into a flash of Buddhist light before vanishing. The black smoke gradually expanded, and buzzing sounds gradually filled the world. Suddenly, a swarm of huge black mosquitoes appeared. They covered the sun and the sky as they swept out, instantly covering a radius of 1,500 kilometers. All of the living beings in this area had their life essence depleted in an extremely short amount of time. The black smoke dispersed, and a thin, dark-skinned, middle-aged man revealed his face. His face was filled with a relaxed and comfortable expression. "This bloody food is still the best. After so many years, I have been tied up by those Western baldies to chant scriptures every day. My mouth is so bland." Countless black mosquitoes returned like 100 rivers converging into the sea. "Let's look around a bit more. It is not easy for me to come out. I have to eat my fill." Just as that person was about to leave, he felt strange for some reason. Why are there some divine soul fluctuations so strange? He excitedly opened the compound eye of the heavenly mandate, which could see divine soul fluctuations, and looked over. "Hey, who is that?" "Ah, it's 2 human babies. Their skin is so soft and tender. Not bad. With one look, I can tell that they are delicious." He saw 2 human youths in the distance, currently concealed. They were rushing over and returning at top speed. Who else could they be but Zhuo and Zhuo? Zhuo quickly checked and found out the other side's origin. Blood-winged black mosquito, a primordial beast, a Khanate mutant. It died in a disaster. Zhuo's eyes lit up as he thought of something. He had heard countless legends about the blood-winged black mosquitoes, but they were all limited to the ancient gossip. He did not have much respect for them. However, since the other party was able to survive from ancient times until now and was waiting to ambush him, even if he did not have any respect for them, he still had to be afraid. He had to be careful. He could not be careless about such an old monster. However, it seems like this death by calamity can work a little. Seeing the Heavenly Secret Order's comments, Zhuo started to think of a plan. Maybe I'm its disaster? At this moment, the Huahuang sword, who knew what was going on outside, kept chirping in the space-destroying tower. It's the blood-winged black mosquito. Zhuo, think of a way to put this guy into the space-destroying tower. Put it into the space-destroying tower? Zhuo was shocked. Although he had begun to plan how to deal with the blood-winged black mosquito, his main idea was still the grandson primordial fire, Wu people's primordial fire, and the path of fire incineration. This is an ancient, ferocious beast. You can't handle it outside. The sword of Empress Envihua was a bit anxious. With your current cultivation base, you are far from being able to release my full power. Even with Whitey and the others, you are still no match for the blood-winged black mosquito. If you try your best, you will die, and all your treasures will fall into the hands of the blood-winged black mosquito and become its food. The only thing you can do now is to lure this guy into the space-destroying tower. You can defeat it with your power as the master of heaven and earth and the path of fire. No way, this mosquito is so powerful. Chapter 1347. Zhuo was startled. The blood-winged black mosquito is an ancient, ferocious beast with countless clones. I don't know if it's its real body or its clones. Anyway, let's kill it first. Huahuang's sword said urgently. Make a decision quickly before it's too late. Remember, you must lure the blood-winged black mosquito into the Tower of Annihilation. Leaving even one mosquito outside will cause endless trouble. You don't know how terrifying ancient ferocious beasts are. Will it work? Don't make the tower explode. Zhuo hesitated. It's okay. I just swallowed a blood lotus petal. I can handle it. It seems like I have to collect more blood lotuses. Zhuo made up his mind and secretly opened the Tower of Annihilation to its limit. It was no different from opening a big hole in the void. Then he shouted anxiously, Come back. Come back quickly. Something's wrong over there. Before his voice died away, he had already rushed forward with Zhuo. It seemed like he was unhelped by Jiao and Yanshursi. Following Zhuo's roar, the black and white lights stopped in their tracks. Yanshursi, who was following behind them, also stopped. I turned around. Mama, what's wrong? Zhuo ran as fast as he could and said anxiously, Quick, come over here. To me. I pretended to be hesitant. There's delicious food over there. Zhuo said sternly, Don't talk nonsense. Come here quickly. Her voice was unusually sharp, and it was full of unwillingness. Jiao and Yanshursi looked at each other and ran away together. On the other side of the mountain, the blood-winged black mosquito was about to leave when it saw the great opportunity in its hands. It immediately leaped up. Then, a black cloud came to the sky above Zhuo and the others. In the blink of an eye, countless black hands descended from the sky. Swoosh! Swoosh! The entire space was instantly sliced into pieces, and it was completely isolated from the outside world. It was completely unrelated to the outside world. Tens of millions of gigantic black mosquitoes blotted out the sky all of a sudden. They were about to intercept Jiao and Yanshursi. A ball of blazing fire swept out like a dragon, and it seemed like it could burn the world. Zhuo had used all his strength. Fire converged and burned the world. Following that was a cloud of white, misty cold air. This was ice and fire, one on the left and one on the right. They surged for thousands of miles. One side sealed the world in ice, while the other side burned the city with raging flames. In the middle of the intersection of ice and fire was a completely empty space. It was like a spacious road. Little White, Little Jiao, and Yanshursi followed this passage and fled at top speed. Crackle! Countless blood-pooled black mosquitoes were incinerated by the confluence primordial fire and fell to the ground with popping sounds like beans being fried. As the black smoke rose, the aroma of meat filled the air. On the other side, The blood pool black mosquitoes were frozen into huge ice lumps and fell to the ground. They turned into powder as soon as they hit the ground. The extreme ice could freeze everything and turn them into dust in an instant. Seeing the power of the fire and ice, a black sword light rushed out of the black cloud. It was Mosquito Taoist, who was holding a sword. The long and thin black sword was made by him with his sharp beak. The sword was long and narrow, but it was very powerful. It had the ability to take people's souls, shatter their souls, and devour their flesh and blood. It was also indestructible and could destroy spiritual treasures. So Xiao Duo yelled, "Nian Mao, take me and run." Then, he took out the 99 cat hammer, which he hadn't used for a long time. The Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer was ready to be used. Two beams of light, one white and one black, rushed towards Xiaoyan, but in fact they rushed into the 99 cat hammer. Yan Shirsi rushed into Zhuo Xiaoyan's hands. Zhuo Xiaoyan yelled and activated the Moon Sutra to its maximum power. The blood pool, black mosquitoes in the sky were frozen into huge ice lumps and fell to the ground like meteorites. Along with a loud bang, a loud explosion rang out. Zhuo Xiaoduo's body turned into a giant that was thousands of feet tall. The hammers in his hands turned into two hills. As he waved them, the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers seemed to come alive. One hammer rose up and pointed at the sky. Then a black hole appeared, which made the space tremble. The other hammer pointed at the ground. Another black hole appeared, which made the space shatter. With just this one exchange, the aura of the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer was formed. With a thunderclap in the sky, a gate of hell was formed. Thousands of ferocious ghosts rushed out, screaming. Xiao Duo suddenly understood the state of mind of the flood, which when she held the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. That was that I am invincible in the world. The two beams of light spun rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a whirlwind that connected the sky and the earth formed a force field. Boom! Cracked at then, the hammer collided with when Taoist priests soared fiercely. The sky was shocked, and the ground was shaking. Many of the mountains on the ground began to shake violently, and then collapsed with a loud rumble. Yes, it was collapsing. It was not just collapsing and collapsing. Rocks flew into the sky, and raging waves hit the shore. When Taoist priest thought that it would be a piece of cake, he didn't expect his opponent to have the cultivation of the Zenith Heaven realm. Moreover, it was not an ordinary Zenith Heaven realm cultivation. It was almost at the peak of the Zenith Heaven realm. What's more, his opponent's weapon was super. It was a head-on collision. Even though when Taoist priest cultivation was higher, he was still pushed back hundreds of miles with a muffled groan. The giant blood-winged black mosquito trembled violently. When Taoist priest was furious, and his ferocity was burning. With a shake of his wrist, the long sword that was bent straightened instantly. "Junior, you have angered me." With a shake of his body, he turned into a giant thousands of feet tall. Holding a black sword that was like a pillar supporting the sky, he fought with Zhuo Xiaoduo. The method of Dharma Laksana was not limited to the Wu people. In fact, any cultivator above the Zenith Heaven realm could use it. It was just that the effect of each cultivator was different. Zhuo Xiaoduo stood in the air. Without any distractions, he used the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer with all his strength. Wherever the hammer passed, the space would shatter again and again. The clanging sound could be heard for thousands of miles. The space cracks even spread thousands of miles away. Many weak demons passing by were swallowed by the space cracks before they could make sound. The 99 cat hammer kept colliding with when Taoist priest sword. Facing this famous fierce beast from the antiquity times, Zhuo Xiaoduo did not retreat at all. Instead, he fought fiercely with a high fighting spirit. The two giant hammers and the purple flames that kept gushing out of Zhuo Xiaoduo's body almost burned a big hole in the sky. As when Taoist priest fought, he sent out numerous doppelgangers as if he was dealing with other enemies. They surrounded and attacked Zhuo Xiaoduo from all directions. According to an Taoist priest's judgment, he did not need too many doppelgangers. He only needed one doppelganger to bite Swishaoduo once, and that would be enough. But this unique fighting style that he had relied on to become famous, which had always been successful, actually had no effect on this freak in front of him. Swishaoduo did not dodge at all. He fought fiercely and attacked fiercely. So many mosquitoes want to bite me? Come on, come on, come on, come on. I am covered in genuine fire of different colors. Why don't you try to bite me? As was Xiaoduo expected, even though countless bloody-winged black mosquitoes rushed up, they were directly swallowed by the genuine fire of different colors. Many of them were directly turned into fuel. After a while, even when Taoist priest began to feel sorry for him, he had sent out so many doppelgangers, but they failed to bite him. On the contrary, the flames on this guy's body were becoming stronger and stronger. This was simply not thinking of this when Taoist priest roared and called back all his doppelgangers. The fundamental reason why he no longer maintained the fixed strategy was that he found that his doppelgangers did not work on the man and the woman in front of him at all. The woman directly turned the mosquitoes into ice, which was better. Although most of them were turned into powder when they fell to the ground, there were always some that escaped and had a chance to come back. But this man directly used his doppelgangers as fuel. As soon as he called, the remaining bloody-winged black mosquitoes rushed to him. But most of them had been killed, and some had been turned into ice, lying quietly on the ground, when Taoist priest waved his sword like the wind, constantly spewing out clouds of black gas. Since the birth of the Khanate realm in antiquity times, this is the first time I have used my real strength in a head-on battle. This guy in front of me will definitely not be my match if we fight for a long time. Although he is full of vigor and strong in combat, when it comes to foundation, he is still much weaker than me after all these years. I am confident that I can exhaust him to death. As long as his spiritual power is not enough, I will take advantage of it and bite him. As long as I bite him, all the treasures in his hands will be mine. They will all be mine. These are all primordial spiritual treasures, the primordial first spiritual root, and the doppelgangers of the god-slaying spear. What the fuck? Damn it. I'm going to make a fortune today. I will not let them go. These are all my opportunities. I can't miss them. If I let them go, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Not only can I not let them go, I have to end the battle quickly. This battle had caused a great disturbance. It was no less than the battle between the Kunpeng and ancestor Nether River. If someone else came, the benefits would inevitably be shared. That would be very bad. When Taoist priest made up his mind, the sword in his hand turned into sword mountains and sword prisons and kept falling. Looking from afar, it was as if a mountain of swords was falling from the clouds above the 9 heavens, smashing down without stopping. The feeling of the sky collapsing and the earth sinking was so real. Swishaoduo had performed the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer to his heart's content and used all kinds of genuine fires to the limit. He had used all his skills to resist when Taoist priest, but he was still at a disadvantage. It was an indisputable fact. The primordial ferocious beast was indeed powerful. Chapter 1348. The more Swishaoduo fought, the more he realized one thing. The so-called hidden strength, the so-called trump cards, in front of this level of existence. It was just a joke. Impossible. His opponent was like a mountain pressing down on him. If there was even the slightest mistake, it would be the end of his life. There was no luck. In front of this kind of cultivation, hiding one's strength could only exist when they were evenly matched, or when he had the upper hand. Indeed, he could calmly think about what trump card he should use to end this battle. But when faced with a truly formidable opponent like the one in front of him, this kind of pervasive chain of attacks from all directions, and he had fallen into a situation where he was in a solid disadvantageous position. The only thing he needed to consider was how to use all of his methods and barely hold on. As for whether he should hide or not, there was no time for such thoughts. 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer. The power of light and heavy. Flaming Sun Scripture. Grand Sun True Fire. Primordial Fire Technique. Zhu Rong was really angry. His maximum output was thrown out without any hesitation. Except for the starry sky, eternal stone, which he could not spare, everything else that could be used was out. The crazy sound of collision shook the surrounding mountains and rivers, causing them to collapse. The more Xiaoduo fought, the more uncertain he became. Too strong, too abnormal. When had he ever met such an abnormal sword? If not for the battle today, someone told him that there was a sword that could meet his hammer head-on thousands of times without any damage. He would not have been able to do it even if he was beaten to death. This is fucking cheating. What happened to the promised divine weapon? What happened to the promised #1 in the world? This was probably Xiaoduo's shallow knowledge. At this level, the enemies he met basically all had weapons that were not inferior to his 9-9 Kitty Hammer. What's more, because the 9-9 Kitty Hammer had not fully matured, there were many weapons that were far superior to the 9-9 Kitty Hammer. For example, the demonic ancestor's god-slaying spear, Donghuang's Bell of Chaos, the Demon Emperor's Mountain River Sword, and the famous weapons of various immortals and Buddhas, seeing that Zhuo Xiaoyan had already reached the edge of the void opening of the Tower of Annihilation. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was almost out of strength, roared. The flames of various colors that were flowing out of his body rose again and burned fiercely, causing a large area of the space to collapse. The Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer was pushed to the limit as well. Immediately, the cries of ghosts and the howls of gods could be heard, and the light of the sun and moon dimmed. The mosquito Taoist on the opposite side was even angrier. It was just a fight, but this guy seemed to be afraid that no one knew he was fighting. He made such a big scene. This was too big of a commotion that those guys better not come. He couldn't help but feel more and more anxious. If it were Vajra Buddha, Fiend, Ancestor Rahu, any one of them would be able to take away a Khanate numinous treasure. Disregarding everything else, the demon ancestor would have to retrieve the god-slaying spear's soul no matter what, right? Then what am I left with? The most important thing is that I can't afford to offend anyone. I can't afford to offend anyone. Thinking of this, the mosquito Taoist roared. He actually used the demonic power of the origin to break through his own limit and launch a large-scale attack. He saw that the iron-headed guy, who had been attacking fiercely without retreating even half a step, turned around and ran away at this critical moment. He turned into a streak of fire with a whoosh. Damn it, he ran away? How dare he run away? The mosquito Taoist was so angry that he laughed. How dare you run away when the battle has reached this stage? Why did you only think of running away now? If I let you run away, I would have lived my life in vain. With a flap of his wings, he leaped into the air and tore the space apart to chase after Meng Qi. Zhuo Xiaoduo used his maximum speed to run away. The streak of fire was like a hurricane. Tight wind. Run. The Zhuo Xiaoyan shouted, run. The spirit-snatching sword, which had been accumulating power for a long time, flashed in the air. In the extreme cold of the world of ice and snow, Ying Jian turned into an ice phoenix. With a phoenix cry, he flapped his wings and rushed toward the mosquito Taoist. Boom! Mosquito Taoist was afraid that he would lose his target, so he didn't dodge and crashed into the snow phoenix, smashing it into pieces. However, his black face also turned red. Apparently, he had paid a great price to deal with this attack, but his eyes were still staring at Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan in front of him, without even blinking. Obviously, the power of frost was far less powerful than the power of raging fire on the mosquito Taoist. Run! Zhuo Xiaoduo took Zhuo Xiaoyan and rushed toward the space-destroying tower. The mosquito Taoist's black sword flashed, and the sword light flew hundreds of miles. He had already caught up with Zhuo Xiaoduo, but the sword light was smashed into pieces by Zhuo Xiaoduo's hammer. The mosquito Taoist's speed had reached the limit. In a flash, he followed the sword light and caught up with Zhuo Xiaoduo. But Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan had already reached the opening of the Tower of Annihilation. With a shout, they rushed forward with Zhuo Xiaoyan and disappeared in an instant. Seeing this, when Taoist rushed into the void in front of him without hesitation. Disappeared? How could it be? But even if it's an illusory formation, what do I have to fear? Whoosh. So, Xiaoduo, Zhuo Xiaoyan by Jiao, Yin Shursi, and the Mosquito Taoist. In less than a tenth of a second, they all entered the space-destroying tower one after another. It was almost as if they were squeezing, crowding, and stepping in front of each other as they entered. At this moment, the Huang sword finally let out a sigh of relief. Damn it, it was so close. Dong Wang was worried about something, so he tore the space apart and rushed back. On the way back, he met the two venerables of the Western sect. The other party had wanted to form a good relationship with Dong Wang, but before he could finish a sentence, he realized that it was Dong Wang who had spoken. He cursed in his heart. Without saying a word, the two of them ran in different directions. Dong Wang didn't care about it. He just killed one of them casually and didn't chase the other one because he had run far away. The most annoying thing in his life was the Western sects. You and I are fated. But there was no need to kill all of them. After all, he had to keep them alive to report a message to intensify the conflict. Or, he had to keep them alive to report a disgusting message. Dong Wang didn't need to read any other information to know that it was a conspiracy of the Western sect. The traces were very familiar. It was the usual method of the Western sect. They had been used to it for countless years. They would provoke everyone, attack one side, and then convert a wave of people. The others might not have any gains, but the Western sect would definitely have a lot of new troops. Their power would grow day by day. Therefore, there was really no need to guess. Dong Wang couldn't be bothered to think about it. I'll just kill him and be done with it. The further root cause was probably the powerful attack of the Grandmaster of Heaven previously. He had intimidated the Western sect and forcefully searched for the disciples of the sect that had been kidnapped during the God-confirming tribulation, causing the Western sect to suffer great losses. That was why they provoked everyone and worked together to target the demons, who were the most powerful among the races. The other races, which were relatively weaker, had considered the difference in strength between them and the demons. Since the Western sect had taken the lead, they would take action. In fact, if Dong Wang had not arrived by accident and killed the Patriarch of the Nether River during the Battle of Thunder Eagle City, the chances of Kuan Peng escaping with the 4 experts they had set up, especially with the Fiend Ancestor holding the fort. Anyway, the opposition had already been formed. Who was afraid of who? Moreover, although the root was with the Grandmaster of Heaven, Dong Wang did not dare to do so. Secondly, he felt that the other party was not wrong. Thirdly, it was all the Western sect's fault. You were bullied and couldn't bully back, so you came to bully the demons? This was simply unreasonable. Dong Wang had long been impatient. Dong Wang rushed back to the Demon Emperor Palace at lightning speed. On the way, he took the time to check. Yes, Zhao's feather was still there. He strictly ordered the Chaos Bell to be kept safe and then barged into the Demon Emperor Palace. Your Majesty, Dong Wang. Before the messenger could finish his words, Dong Wang had already rushed to the front of the Demon Emperor's throne with a cold aura around him. Brother, sister-in-law, there's a situation. There's a big situation. The Demon Emperor frowned. Calm down. What's the situation that makes you like this? I captured a little of the 3-legged golden crow aura that appeared in Thunder Eagle City and condensed it into a feather. I've already brought it back. You'll know the problem when you see it. Dong Wang's voice was anxious. However, you have to be careful. You can only check it once. You can only check it once? What do you mean? The Demon Empress was a little solemn. The person who held this feather previously used the true fire of the Great Sun to condense a sword and fought with the Kuan Peng. Although he forced the Kuan Peng back, the feather immediately turned into powder. Fortunately, their fire was carried out in my Chaos Bell. The Chaos Bell reacted in time and gathered it again. However, it had already shattered. In the end, it was only the size of a sesame seed. The only thing to be thankful for is that its aura has yet to dissipate. Its aura has yet to dissipate. The Supreme Masters of the Demon Clan narrowed their eyes at once. It's good that its aura hasn't dissipated. As long as its aura hasn't dissipated, we can easily lock onto that fellow's identity. What's his background? He actually dares to impersonate our Golden Crow royal family. Let's go to the Fusong tree. The demon emperor immediately made a decision. Then, the couple and Dong Wang flew up together. In the next moment, they were already on the Fusong tree. The surrounding true fire of the great sun immediately isolated all external detection. Here, even if the heavenly secrets are not chaotic, no saint can eavesdrop on our conversation. Even if the Tao ancestor wants to do it, it will be in vain. Now that you're awake, even if the Golden Crow aura you brought can dissipate at any time, there's still enough time for us to identify and investigate. All right, second brother, take it out. All right. Dong Wang carefully took out the Shao feather from the chaos bell. Outside, there was the pure, true fire of the great sun that belonged to Dong Wang, carefully protecting it. The demon emperor and the demon empress were calm. They even felt that Dong Wang's cautiousness was a little ridiculous. Could it be that second brother had been frightened to death? It's rare to see someone so cautious to this extent. The title of the book has been changed to Imperial Tao. There's no need to say anything. I really don't want to deal with the trouble. Moreover, the most important thing is that the copyright of the word heterodox is not easy to sell. Everyone knows. I'm working hard to write. I'm preparing to save up and give my brothers a good burst of 10 chapters. Chapter 1349. However, the suspicions in the hearts of the demon emperor and his wife were also rapidly growing. Dong Wang was not a reckless person. For him to go through so much trouble and pretend to be serious, the matter behind it must be very serious. Could it be that the Golden Crow had really appeared in this world again? But was this possible? Could it be that the calamity had begun again, and such a thing that should not have happened could actually happen? However, no matter how strange it was, the truth was about to be revealed. Looking at the feather that Dong Wang carefully held out, the demon empress, she could not help but laugh. Tai, is this necessary? Even when your nephew was born, I don't think you've been this careful. Dong Wang Tai smiled bitterly. Sister-in-law, this. You still have to confirm it yourself. There may be some differences, but I really can't tell. I don't know if I'm wrong. Take a look for yourself. This. Dong Wang stuttered. The demon emperor was stunned. The demon empress also realized that Dong Wang's words had a hidden meaning. Furthermore, he had made his intentions very clear. The demon empress' body trembled as she thought about it. She cried out, Second brother, you mean? No, I didn't say anything. Dong Wang quickly shook his head. I just want you to take a look at it. The three of us can identify it together. The demon empress' eyes were filled with anxiety as she stared at the swaying great sun true fire. Her beautiful face turned from red to pale, and then from pale to red. Whooshed, the great sun true fire spread out. Inside was a vacuum cover the size of a human head. Shao, the three-legged golden crow, feather the size of a sesame seed, floated up and down. The demon emperor's eyes were wide open. He almost stuck his eyes to the feather, but the demon empress reached out and threw his eyes aside. Then, he hurriedly moved closer and stared at the bright yellow feather. However, at a glance, his eyes were already filled with tears. Second brother. His second uncle. You. Shia's lips trembled. Did you feel something? Dong Wang coughed. Hesitation could be seen on his square and dignified face. After a while, he said, It's really been a long time. I don't dare to say that I can confirm anything. Otherwise, why would I go through the trouble of bringing Ling Yu back and making you confirm it with your own eyes? If it was in the past, the demon empress would definitely scold him. But now, Shiha had no time to curse. She just stared blankly at Zhao's feathers floating inside the cover. He wanted to break the barrier several times, but his hands were trembling and he didn't dare to make a move. Finally, he pleaded, Second brother, please open it. At this moment, the demon emperor had already jumped up from under the tree. With a nervous look on his face, he asked, How is it? However, both of them ignored him. Dong Wang coughed and said, Okay, I'll open the shield now. The monster emperor was nervous and quickly said, Let me protect him. She has said in a trembling voice, Let me check. The three of them had a clear division of labor. However, with their cultivation, such a small matter required the three of them to divide the work. It was obvious that this matter was extremely important. Dongwang took a deep breath and used his divine perception to stir the Dongwang bell. The bell responded instantly and opened a shield. The feather floated out quietly without its restraints. At the same time, the monster emperor's spiritual energy and the power of the grand sun, primordial fire, surged out and carefully protected the feather. His spiritual energy even lifted the feather up. The demon empress took a deep breath and stretched out her slender hand. She carefully held the feather in her palm. With just a touch of her spiritual energy, the Zhao's feather immediately exuded a pure, demonic aura. Without a doubt, this was the aura of the three-legged golden crow that belonged exclusively to the royal family. Sensing this unfamiliar, yet extremely familiar aura, Dongwang and the monster emperor were men. After so many years, too many things had filled their hearts. At this moment, they only felt a faint sense of familiarity, but however, the demon empress' tears fell like a broken string of pearls. She held the feather as if it was the only treasure in the world. Her tears kept flowing, but her spiritual energy still gently stroked the feather. The feather lay obediently in her hand, without any resistance. However, this feather had long disappeared from the world. It only appeared now because of the power of the bell of chaos and the grand sun, primordial fire. That was why it could exist for so long. Then, as time passed, it finally began to dissipate bit by bit, turning into light spots and slowly disappearing. No, the demon empress roared and detonated her demonic energy to the limit. She did not hesitate to consume her cultivation to protect this feather. However, that feather was something that had long been broken. No matter how powerful she was, even if she was willing to sacrifice her cultivation, she still couldn't keep the feather intact for a long time. It kept dissipating, and finally, it completely dissipated. In the end, there was nothing in the demon empress's jade-white palm. There was nothing left. There was no trace at all. The demon empress was lost. She looked straight at her palm where the feather had been. Throughout the entire process, the three of them did not make a sound. After a long time, Dongwang coughed and was full of anxiety. He was afraid to break the silence and said carefully, "Are you sure? Do you recognize it?" The monster emperor coughed and looked at his wife's expression hesitantly. He said, "I am 80% sure. This should be seventh brother's feather." The demon empress suddenly stood up and completely exploded. "Bastard! What do you mean by 80% sure? What should this be? What should be? Dijun, are you out of your mind? Can't you recognize your own son's aura? You. What kind of face do you have to be a father? How can you not be despised?" The monster emperor Jun was in a sorry state. He said, "It's really because of the time. It's been too long. I was just trying to be safe. I didn't dare to say it with certainty. 80% is already very high. If I really said it with certainty. So what if you said it with certainty? Shouldn't you say it?" The demon empress said angrily, "Even if another 100 million years pass, this is also my son's aura. Even if another billion years pass, I won't be wrong. But as a father, you don't even dare to say a word of truth. Tell me, what's the use of having someone like you?" She paused and suddenly burst into tears. "My son is not dead. My seventh brother is back." He burst into tears streaming down his face. She cried so loudly as if she wanted to vent out all the grief and longing that had been accumulated for tens of thousands of years. Dongwang and the monster emperor looked at each other and sighed softly. Perhaps this was the difference between men and women. Children were their own children, but men's hearts were always not so meticulous. Although they would feel sad for a long time after the death of their children, as time passed, the original memories would slowly disappear in men's hearts, become faint and indifferent. But it was different for women. If their children were by their side, they wouldn't do anything. Instead, they would be impatient. They would scold them today and beat them tomorrow. But if one of them disappeared, then this child would forever be in their mother's heart and couldn't be erased for the rest of their lives. As time passed, that child's image would become clearer and clearer. It would become a pain that couldn't be erased from the bottom of their hearts. Even if that child wasn't the most outstanding one among the children, after passing away in their mother's heart, it would only become more and more beautiful. It would surpass all the other kind of beauty. It's my seventh brother, my Chionger. It can't be wrong. It can't be wrong. The demon empress burst into tears, venting the depression that had accumulated for countless years. After a long while, her sorrowful voice began to linger with the joy of regaining what she had lost. Dongwon coughed. Under his elder brother's forceful gaze, he gathered his courage and asked, "Sister-in-law, big sister, as a brother, I have to ask you, are you sure?" The demon empress flew into a rage and kicked him out. She said angrily, "How can I mistake my own child? Do you think I'm a fool like Di-jun?" Even his own son was suspicious of him. "If you weren't sure, would you go through so much trouble to turn back and ask me? He's unworthy of being a father, and you're also unworthy of being an uncle." The two brothers looked embarrassed. "You two are a pair of bastard brothers. Even if I made him wear a green hat, with such a pure gold crow bloodline, who could make him wear a green hat?" The demon empress scolded. She became more and more agitated and spoke more and more carelessly. The two brothers looked even more embarrassed. "Sister-in-law, be careful with your words." Dongwon Taiyi's forehead was sweating, and his eyebrows were twitching. "How would I dare? Get out of here." The demon empress was furious. Dongwon ran out in a sorry state. "And you get out of here too." The demon emperor followed in Dongwon's footsteps and ran out in a sorry state as well. Standing under the Fusong tree and listening to the mournful cries above, the two brothers sighed and patted each other's shoulders. "Big brother, it's been hard on you. I only know now that marrying the demon empress and becoming the demon emperor is actually so difficult." Second brother, "It's good that you understand. Sigh, so many years have passed. Ahem. It's your great fortune that big sister is willing to marry you. Are you trying to act innocent in front of me? If big sister doesn't like you, what do you think you did? As the demon emperor, how can you talk behind someone's back? Damn, you." The demon emperor widened his eyes. He wanted to act as the big brother and reprimand his brother, who hadn't acted like this for a long time. However, he heard a sobbing voice above his head. "Tai Yi, where did you find your nephew?" Dongwon said, "Ahem, Thunder Eagle City. I'm going to bring him back. I'm going now." The demon empress was resolute and said without any doubt, "My son has been wandering in a foreign land for so many years. I don't know how much he has suffered. That's why he didn't die and almost died. I must bring him back and make it up to him." "Ahem, bring my nephew back. That's for sure. I heard that it was because he had a fight with the Kuan Peng. That's why he destroyed this feather." The demon empress immediately recalled this matter and was furious. "Why did the Kuan Peng hit my son? How dare he?" Chapter 1350. Ahem, that's not the case. There's indeed a reason for this. When Kuan Peng realized that something was wrong, he had already held back. Otherwise, this feather would not have been preserved. Dongwon Tai hastily explained everything. Otherwise, Kuan Peng would probably be tortured to death by the demon empress with just this explanation. Back then, when the seventh prince went missing, the demon empress almost stewed the Kuan Peng demon master. Now that it happened again, the demon empress probably did not even need to do it personally. Kuan Peng would have suicidal thoughts. She quickly explained to him, "Snatch the treasure, the red lotus of the Nether River? How dare you, Kuan Peng? How dare you compete with my son for the treasure?" Dongwon sweated profusely. Even Kuan Peng couldn't snatch that treasure. "My son is really awesome. Even an expert like the Kuan Peng demon master can't defeat him." The demon empress looked proud and gratified. Dongwon and the demon emperor looked at each other and felt a little tired. Anyway, they couldn't say anything now. They just had to shut up. Everything would be easy to talk about when the demon empress calmed down. However, if he said something that was caught red-handed. It might really turn into a nightmare for hundreds of thousands of years. I want to set off immediately. The Demon Empress was impatient. She was overflowing with words and took action. No, Dong Wang and the Demon Emperor said at the same time. The Western sect is setting up a trap there. It's too dangerous for you to go out alone. So what if it's dangerous? The Demon Empress narrowed her eyes and said indifferently, Do you think that I'm a weak human woman? Do you want the three of us to have a fight first? Let's see who's stronger and who's weaker? No. That's not what I meant. The Demon Emperor sweated profusely. Dong Wang's forehead was covered in sweat as well, and he finally thought of a reason and said hastily, Presently, the biggest problem isn't if we should immediately leave for Thunderhawk City. The biggest problem is, after Yiqiong and the Rock exchanged a palm strike, they immediately fled into the distance, and we don't know where they've gone now. Moreover, after so many years, there's been no news of Yiqiong. Even her Destiny Soul Tablet has been shattered. Where did the huge strangeness of the past come from? How can we enter a dangerous place before we have a clear understanding of these matters? Even if you aren't afraid, Yiqiong is. It's not safe for the child if you suddenly make a move. At the very least, we have to figure out where Yiqiong is now, what force she belongs to, or which direction she's in. Only then can we make a move. Dong Wang tried his best to break down the crumbled pieces and analyze the situation. The Demon Emperor chimed in. That's right. Second brother is right. That's right. After a long time, the Demon Empress finally calmed down. He took a few deep breaths, and his eyes flashed. You two, from today onwards, pay close attention to any news about my son. Once you discover anything, you must inform me immediately. If you dare to hide anything from me, Dijuan, I will divorce you immediately. Emperor Jun was shocked and blurted out, Really? You? The Demon Empress was instantly enraged. She was truly enraged. The Grand Sun primordial fire rose all over her body, and even the Demon Emperor Palace was engulfed in flames. I will never leave. The Demon Emperor roared, No matter what, I will not. Second brother. He turned his head. Dong Wang was already one step ahead of him. He ran away without a trace. In the blink of an eye, Dong Wang had already returned to Dongwang Palace, but he could still hear Emperor Jun's voice. Second brother, save me. Please persuade your sister-in-law. Second brother, you have to testify for me. How can I be that kind of... Dong Wang nimbly raised the soundproof barrier. I finally escaped from this place, and you still want me to go back? Big brother, you are not only handsome, but you are also dreaming. Once he made up his mind, he let out a long sigh of relief. That was close. On the other side, Zhou Xiaoduo led Zhou Xiaoyan by Jiao and Yin Shursi into the space-exterminating tower like a swarm of bees. Behind them, the mosquito Taoist was almost chasing after Zhou Xiaoduo's tail. However, as soon as they entered, heaven and earth turned upside down, and yin and yang became chaotic. An unprecedentedly blazing grand sun primordial fire surged, and with it, the space-exterminating tower was shut down. Swoosh! Xiao turned into a grand sun in the sky, and the unstoppable true fire blocked Zhou Xiaoduo's back and collided with the mosquito Taoist. It was completely disregarding its own safety. Its mission was only 1 second. It only needed to fight for 1 second. It only needed to give Zhou Xiaoduo enough time to turn around after entering the space-exterminating tower. Zhou Xiaoduo, Little White, Little Jiao, and Zhou Xiaoyan, Yin Shursi, had just entered the Tower of Annihilation. They split into two and stood up, watching as the door to the Tower of Annihilation closed. Then, a loud explosion shook the entire space of the space-exterminating tower. Zhao's grandson in the sky was smashed into pieces by the mosquito Taoist. Gee! Yep, Xiao screamed miserably as she was sent flying 8,000 li away like a rubber ball. Her body slammed heavily into the mountain, smashing countless spirit herbs along the way. She even smashed a hole that was no less than a few dozen meters deep into the mountain. Lying in the hole, he was dying. His head tilted, and he passed out. Before he passed out, he only had one thought. Mama, what did you do to provoke? Black smoke was rising from the cave entrance in spirals, proving that although Xiao Xiao was injured, she was still alive. The mosquito Taoist felt his blood boil after being hit by Xiao. Xiao was a pure-blooded member of the royal family. He was blessed by the heavens and had a natural advantage over other members of the demon clan. Although the mosquito Taoist was also a Khanate spirit, he was still restrained by the fate of the royal family that Xiao carried. Moreover, the collision was so sudden that even if the mosquito Taoist could bear it, he still felt uncomfortable. He paused for a moment. However, the mosquito Taoist was a tycoon in the untainted land, a top figure in the world. He stopped and looked around with a cold smile. Seeing that there were mountains, rivers, and heaven and earth, he sneered, "So it's a paradise. Do you think you can trap me here?" He looked around and said calmly, "It's a good place. I have to thank all of you for thinking that you're smart and self-righteous. Now, I declare that this place is mine." Zhuo and Zhuo were in the sky. They turned around and faced the mosquito Taoist with their hammers and swords in their hands. They looked calm, but their hearts were unprecedentedly heavy. The guy in front of them was really difficult to deal with. No wonder he was an ancient fierce beast, a primordial alien. When they fought with him before, Zhuo Duo and Zhuo Xiaoyan both used their full strength without holding back, but they still couldn't gain the upper hand. Instead, they felt that it was difficult to use their strength and were constantly being suppressed. It was the first time they had encountered such a situation since they started their cultivation. Moreover, that was under the situation of the two of them working together. One must know that when the two of them worked together and complemented each other, their strength would increase exponentially. The guy in front of them was an unprecedented enemy, but now he was in the Tower of Destruction. He, Mosquito Taoist? Blood-winged black mosquito? A primordial alien? Zhuo looked at the mosquito Taoist and said calmly, "Surrender. Surrender and hand over your primordial spirit. This is your only way out. Given the foresight of your primordial world, Senior, do you really think that the land is limited to blessed lands and grotto heavens? I'm not afraid to tell you that this place is a world of its own. It's out of this world. Surrender?" The mosquito Taoist laughed and said, "You? A world of its own? Yes, this place is really a world of its own. It's not just a paradise. But where are the sun, the moon, and the stars? Where's the way of heaven in this world? It's just an incomplete world. How dare you force me to surrender? You human brat, are you dreaming? Do you really think you can bully me at will?" Zhuo narrowed his eyes and said, "It seems that you want to die." The mosquito Taoist shook his head disdainfully and said, "I can't even see the tiny primordial merit. How can this be?" Before the mosquito Taoist finished his words, something happened. The sword light shot up to the sky, shining brilliantly. A magnificent sword light shot up to the sky and formed a bright yellow palace in the air. The light and the color were so sacred that they seemed to be purifying the world. The next moment, an unparalleled power came to this world. As the Huahuang sword showed up, a spiritual strength rippled in the void. "Mosquito, why don't you surrender now that you see me? Her Majesty Emperor Enrich." The mosquito Taoist was shocked. His face turned pale, and he was so scared that he almost turned around and ran away. I surrender. Too. You're the Huahuang sword? Only the sword is here? Damn it. Tuer scolded loudly. Her Majesty Emperor Enrich is not here. You're just a sword spirit. How dare you ask me to surrender? How dare you threaten me? I said I'd sacrifice you and give you another primordial spiritual treasure. He was almost scared out of his wits by the Huahuang sword. He quickly found that there was only one Huahuang sword here, and the person he was most afraid of was not here. Instantly, his trembling heart calmed down. However, he almost peed in his pants just now. That was so shameful. It was such a great shame that he had to kill all the creatures in front of him to wash away his shame. I was actually frightened by a sword. My entire body was still covered in cold sweat, but that fear had now turned into anger. Are these living beings in front of me prepared to suffer my anger? The Wahuang sword was also trembling with anger. You're looking down on me. No, you're looking down on me, right? I've fully recovered, and my strength is much stronger than before. I wanted to show off and show everyone that you're all weak, so I had to show up. But I didn't expect that I didn't scare the mosquito, and it had the opposite effect. It was so shameful. Chapter 1351. Mosquito, you're courting death. The spiritual power of the Wahuang sword shook the void. Haha, when I break this space and capture these two human brats, even your Wahuang sword will be mine. Do you think you're still the sword of Empress Hua in primitive times? Bah! Mosquito Taoist shook his hands, and the 12 pairs of giant wings on his back suddenly flashed. A sudden buzzing sound reverberated between heaven and earth, and there was a fierce light in his eyes. Xiaoduo's spiritual power was connected with Xiaolong's. With the help of Xiaolong's power, he merged with the space of the Tower of Annihilation to the greatest extent. Then he shouted, "Listen to my command in this world. Don't touch this enemy's spiritual power. Heaven and earth, kill him together." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. That it was the first time that Xiaolong had done this, but he still tried his best to control it meticulously. Before his voice had died away, the spiritual qi in the space of the Tower of Annihilation showed signs of rolling backward and was rapidly drawn away from Mosquito Taoist. This showed that from this moment on, the spiritual qi in the Tower of Annihilation would only be supplied to Zhuo Xiaoduo and would not be replenished by Mosquito Taoist at all. If this guy used up all his strength, he would become a dry corpse. Mosquito Taoist smiled faintly. Don't try to trap me with such a petty trick. After saying that, his body flashed, and hundreds of thousands of Mosquito Taoist appeared. Each one looked exactly like the original Mosquito Taoist. They were tall and thin and held black swords. Cold light flashed in their eyes. Then, thousands of Mosquito Taoists jumped up together. Let's end this quickly. I don't like to waste my breath. I'm used to opening my mouth to say hello. Boom! Zhuo Xiaoduo's mind raced. He activated the Zhu Rong genuine fire in his body and shouted softly, "Zhu Rong fire of heaven and earth." With a light boom, the whole space of the Tower of Annihilation was suddenly filled with Zhu Rong genuine fire. There was no place where Zhu Rong's fire did not burn, and the primordial fire burned the enemy. Zhuo Xiaoyan and Zhuo Xiaoduo were in the burning atmosphere. As the flames burned, they controlled the genuine fire and fought with Mosquito Taoist for the second time. In this second battle, the situation was vastly different from the previous one. Previously, even when the ice and fire were intertwined, it was still just the two of them exerting themselves to the limit and joining forces to resist the enemy. Now, they were relying on the Tower of Annihilation to gather the power of the entire space to strengthen themselves to the maximum limit and weaken the enemy. The situation of the battle immediately tilted. Although Mosquito Taoist had many incarnations, they were just incarnations after all. They didn't have the power of the original body. Once they fell into the torrential Zhu Rong true fire, they immediately let out miserable shrieks. Although they were barely able to survive, they were barely surviving. When Taoist snorted with surprise in his eyes. It's Zhu Wu's fire. Just now, Zhuo Xiaoduo had used the convergence of flames in order to achieve the highest output. When Zhu Rong's genuine fire merged with other flames, its lethality was undoubtedly very high. However, due to the limitation of his cultivation, it was not eye-catching. Thus, when Taoist did not recognize it. After all, he had never fought with Zhu Wu in person. However, at this moment, when he was in the complete Zhu Rong's genuine fire, he recognized it immediately. Zhu Wu is dead. What's the use of passing down the knowledge of the genuine fire? When Taoist shouted, all his incarnations returned to his original body. However, the countless black swords didn't leave at all. They stayed by his side, like hedgehogs piercing into the sky, and charged at them aggressively like tanks. Xiaoduo and Xiaoyan were not afraid at all. They rushed forward together, and with the help of the power of the Tower of Annihilation, they started a fierce battle with Wen Taoist in his strongest state. At this moment, the 99 Kitty Hammer and the Spirit Snatcher Sword combined strength and gentleness, and the combination of ice and fire. They cooperated seamlessly. The two of them joined forces and managed a tie with Wen Taoist in a short time. The Tower of Annihilation was even more powerful. Endless spiritual qi rushed into their bodies like a tsunami, quickly replenishing their energy. However, Wen Taoist could only hold on with his own strength. Although he had spoken arrogantly just now, Taoist didn't realize how sinister this move was until the fight started. For the first time in his life, he felt that he didn't have any supply at all. He was fighting in someone else's territory. Right now, he could still deal with the situation without winning or losing, but he had already given it his all. This kind of peak condition could not be sustained for long, and this was only a draw. After a while, he would inevitably fall into a disadvantageous position, and the more he fought, the worse it would be. When Taoist realized that he couldn't stay here for long, he forced Xiaoduo and Xiaoyan to retreat and then rushed out quickly. However, it was too late for him to realize this. With a soft sound, the Huahuang sword directly turned into a brilliant sword qi. The magnificent sword of merit had cut off a part of Wen Taoist's fate with only one strike. Xiao Long, who was temporarily attached to the Huahuang sword, hurriedly swallowed the fate. Wen Taoist was extremely angry. Who is it? Who is it? Come out. Despicable thing. There was a hidden one, and this hidden one could even swallow the fate that he had cut off. Wen Taoist was the only one who sucked blood, absorbed the essence, qi, and spirit of living creatures, and devoured the spiritual essence of spiritual treasures. He didn't expect that there was someone who could swallow his fate. For a moment, Wen Taoist was completely annoyed. Wen Taoist was not afraid at all if it was only a battle of consumption. Even if the opponent had a supply, and he didn't, he was confident that he could hold on until the end with his hundreds of millions of years of accumulation. Even if he had to wait until the two human babies' hair turned white, he was absolutely sure that he could win. The Huahuang sword was a sword of merit which could cut off the fate. This was a concern, but he was not afraid. As long as he won, he could still take back the fate. After all, it was just a temporary loss. As long as he won, even the fate of this world would belong to him. Why should he care about the temporary loss? But now, there was a special existence beside him that could swallow the fate. This change made Taoist terrified directly. If the fate that had been cut off was swallowed and refined again, it would never come back. When Taoist's roar shook the void. But how could Xiao Long come out? Xiao Long had just taken a bite of Wen Taoist's fate. Although it was very nutritious, he was still not used to it since he had never swallowed this kind of fate before. He needed some time, so he immediately followed the Huahuang sword to digest it. Only Xiaoduo and Xiaoyan were still fighting with Wen Taoist. Seeing that the situation was not good and the situation was gradually becoming more and more balanced, Mosquito Taoist dared not to hold back anymore. He played all his trump cards and fought with all his strength, intending to end this battle as soon as possible. All kinds of magic treasures were used. In an instant, Xiaoduo and Wen Taoist were caught unprepared. As Wen Taoist fought with all his strength, Xiaoduo and Xiaoyan tried their best to keep the battle line stable. But the space for them to move was getting smaller and smaller, but this battle turned the world upside down. 2.5 hours had passed since the beginning of the battle. Xiaoduo and Wen Taoist were getting more and more tired and embarrassed. It was difficult for them to continue in the beginning. They were evenly matched. Then they were suppressed to 40%, 30%, 28%, 19%. Now they were almost completely beaten up. Shit, hurry up. Xiaoduo's face was red as he urged Wen Taoist to hurry him up. Xiao Long finally finished digesting the fate from Wen Taoist. He flew up again with the Huahuang sword, rushing back and forth in the air, waiting for an opportunity to attack again. Wen Taoist was so angry that he shouted furiously, "Don't come here." At this moment, a black light suddenly shot out from Zhuo Xiaoyan's hand at an unimaginably fast speed. The god-killing spear. Yin Shirsi. Although Yin Shirsi had completed his transformation, he was still not strong enough to participate in a battle of this level. Even if he did, he could only make one attack at most. However, this one attack was enough to have a considerable impact on the battle. Yin Shirsi turned into a shining light spot and rushed into Wentao's sword light at an incredible speed. Dang! A crisp sound rang out, and it actually pierced a hole through a black sword along the way. Whoosh! Yin Shirsi's desperate attack pierced through one of Wentao's wings. A stream of black gas suddenly shot out into the distance. The god-killing spear, Yin Shirsi, was extremely focused on this attack. He used too much strength and couldn't stop in time. In the end, with a puff sound, he drilled into the mountain with half of Wentao's wing. It made sense. What kind of mountain could withstand such a powerful penetrating force that could pierce through half of Wentao's wing? Bird. It was supposed to be Algo, but the sound of it sinking into the mountain was so muffled that it became bird. However, none of them cared about this detail. They had to seize the opportunity quickly. When Taoist snorted, Zhuo Xiaoduo's hammers fell fiercely. When Taoist blocked with his long sword, but a crisp sound was heard. That black sword was actually broken. After a series of fierce battles, the black sword, which had collided with the hammers countless times, was broken. In fact, it was not surprising. Although Yin Shirsi was only one person, his foundation was the god-killing spear. His attack was not an ordinary one. The black sword was damaged by the god-killing spear. Naturally, it couldn't bear the heavy bombardment of the 9-9 kitty hammer anymore. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had succeeded in his attack, was still hurt. He spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered backward. A stream of cold air came like lightning. When Taoist shook his body and another sword appeared in his hand. He blocked the spirit-seizing sword, which was one step behind Zhuo Xiaoduo. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. The ice spirit suddenly appeared on the spirit-seizing sword. This was the first time the ice spirit had appeared since the battle with Taoist. Once it was spat out, it would be extremely cold, and extremely cold, the number one cold air in the world. When Taoist had been prepared for this. As a primordial almighty, he was experienced and knowledgeable. A divine weapon like the spirit-seizing sword must have a sword spirit. Otherwise, how could it withstand his black sword? Thus, even though little Lil Duo's appearance was abrupt, he was still not surprised. He tilted his head, and the space whirlpool, which he had set up earlier, sucked in the breath of cold air. Then, he threw it out casually. The sword in his hand struck Zhuo Xiaoyan and sent her flying. However, at the moment when the two swords collided, Zhuo Xiaoyan was sent flying. However, a white light suddenly rushed out from the spirit-seizing sword and pounced on Wen Taoist. Then, Wen Taoist's body started to burn. However, this time, the flame was different. It was a cold flame. The silver-white flame froze and burned at the same time. The ice became tighter and tighter, and the flame became more and more violent. When Taoist screamed, ice flame, ancient phoenix. His voice was full of fear. Who are you? Who are you? Chapter 1352. Mosquito Taoist had never imagined that the beautiful girl in front of him had so many trump cards. Since the beginning of the battle, the young man had been showing all kinds of tricks, trump cards, and unexpected attacks. His face was full of cunning, which was very annoying. Moreover, between the two of them, the position of the human youth as the main attacker was also very obvious. Not only was he more powerful, but he also had more weapons. He was cunning enough, and his trump cards were numerous. On the other hand, the human girl had a gentle and cold expression on her face since the beginning of the battle. She was clearly a well-behaved and honest girl, an ice beauty in the cliché. And this kind of girl would usually disdain to use underhanded methods to ambush others. But who would have thought that the girl, who looked innocent, was even more cunning than the boy? Since the beginning of the battle, she had launched 3 sneak attacks. First, she used the god-killing spear. Then, she used the extremely cold color. Then, she used the extremely cold air, which made it impossible for Mosquito Taoist to defend himself. What was more, she used the unique skill of the Phoenix tribe, which had never been used before, Ice Flame. This was the supreme unique skill of the royal family of the Phoenix tribe. Compared to the Nirvana True Fire, this Ice Flame was more lethal. If it wasn't for his high cultivation, and if it wasn't for the fact that this girl's cultivation wasn't up to par, and that she hadn't mastered the Ice Flame yet, he was afraid that this Ice Flame would have burned him into ashes and melted him into ice chips. Damn it! Were all the people in the untainted land so cunning? This was not something that could be described as heartless. Mosquito Taoist regretted it, but his body was more honest. His body flashed crazily, and countless black spiritual power gushed out like volcanoes. He tried his best to get rid of the Ice Flame, but he was inevitably at a disadvantage. He tried his best to resist the continuous attacks of Xiaoduo and Xiaoyan. However, the exchange of offensive and defensive positions was a foregone conclusion. Mosquito Taoist was in a state of being beaten. It was not until more than 10 seconds later that he expelled the Ice Flame from his body. However, his momentum was much weaker than before, and he was no longer as powerful as before. A big stick suddenly appeared and smashed Taoist one like a mountain. When Taoist staggered. When he turned around, he saw an indomitable and ferocious giant ape, holding a big stick, smashing him again. When Taoist could completely withstand this kind of attack. But it didn't stop him from being shocked. Zhu Yan! The Mosquito Taoist roared, his eyes full of panic. Why are you here? Of course, he knew Zhu Yan. They were both beasts of primordial chaos, but he never had any dealings with Zhu Yan. If he had met Zhu Yan earlier, Zhu Yan would have been sucked dry by Taoist One. Later, when Zhu Yan became notorious, Taoist One did not dare to meet him face to face. He had always avoided them whenever he could. Who would have thought that he would actually face them head-on here? Furthermore, it was an enemy. Fuck you. The Mosquito Taoist cursed loudly. Why am I so unlucky? It turns out that you are hiding here. Suddenly, he felt despair in his heart. Originally, there was still a tiny bit of hope that they could escape, but now, even that tiny bit of hope was gone. There was actually a beast of misfortune lying in wait here. This damn bastard. Just as he was feeling panic and despair, whooshed, then the Wahuang sword fell like lightning and hit when Taoist hard. Crack! 3 big black wings flew away from his body. Xiao Long rushed up like a wolf and devoured it crazily. Good stuff. Good stuff. Another big piece of luck was cut down by the Sword of Virtue, and then it was devoured by the existence that he didn't see at all. Zhu Yan raised his big stick high, roared, and smashed it down again. The Mosquito Taoist's heart was trembling violently. He was really scared this time. If this went on, he was afraid that he would really die here today. So he roared again, stop. But Xiaoduo and Xiaoyan had finally regained the upper hand. How could they stop now? This was the best time to kill him while he was down. The 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer roared again, and the gates of hell reopened. After this fierce battle, Xiaoduo's understanding of the battle had increased by leaps and bounds. Xiaoyan was the same. She had never fought with such a powerful enemy before. They had been at a disadvantage since the beginning, and their lives were at stake. The feeling of being suppressed, forged, burned, and oppressed. Their martial arts potential was like weeds after the rain, wildly growing at this moment. All kinds of understanding, skills, and moves were getting better and better. How could the Mosquito Taoist ask them to stop? Stop what? You're such a mischievous, ugly man. You're dreaming. Kill him. So Xiaoduo swung his hammer crazily. Now that he had gained the upper hand, it was time for him to follow up with another attack. After battling for so long, Xiaoduo suddenly had a new understanding of the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer. He suddenly leaped up, and in less than 2 seconds, he executed the entire set of the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer twice in succession. At this moment, it was not only the collapse of heaven and earth, but also the beginning of the world, or the end of the world. The mosquito Taoist roared. The black sword in his hand was broken again, and his head was smashed by the hammer. Then the spirit snatcher sword pierced through the mosquito Taoist body 3 times, and the ice flame burned again. Whoosh! The mosquito Taoist's head grew out again. Zhuyan's big stick fell down one after another. Boom, boom, boom. Zhuyan, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. The mosquito Taoist shouted shrilly. He hated no one now. He only hated Zhuyan. If it weren't for you, the son of a bitch, I wouldn't have been trapped here and couldn't escape. Do you think you still have a chance to become a ghost? It was not someone else who said that, but Zhuyan, you. The mosquito Taoist was furious. Shut your stinky mouth. It would have been better if someone else said that. But Zhuyan's words were fucking. His mouth had been blessed by the way of heaven. I hate you so much. The Wahuang sword kept flashing. More than a dozen swords flew back and forth between the mosquito Taoist body. The god-slaying spear also took the opportunity to break through the defense of the mosquito Taoist body and rush out from the other side. The mosquito Taoist's broken body retreated hundreds of miles, and the black light kept flashing crazily. The smashed head grew out again in an instant. But his body was so broken that he could barely stand. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was ashen, and his eyes were full of despair. Bullies, this is too much. The mosquito Taoist was indignant. Can you be any more shameless? This place is yours, and the way you fight is a group fight. Those who participate in the fight are either the most powerful members of the Phoenix clan, Zhu Wu's true fire, or Khanate spiritual treasures. One hits the body, one burns the soul, one cuts the fate, and one swallows the fate. You guys have a clear division of labor. What the fuck, Dot? And the weapon has the Starry Sky Eternal Stone. The injury caused by the weapon required merit points to heal. I'm a Khanate ferocious beast. How many merit points do I have after so many years? And Zhuyan, and this thing is suppressing the fate, cutting off the cause, in effect. What made the mosquito Taoist speechless the most was the thing that made him feel disdainful before, but now he was speechless. You guys even mobilized the spiritual chi in this space to such an extreme. I can't even absorb some spiritual chi to heal myself. I can only hold on by consuming my own foundation. Who could stand such a shameless way of fighting? The mosquito Taoist was seriously injured, and his fate had been swallowed by the enemy. With so many losses, he had no strength to resist the enemy's strength and earth chi. A white light flashed in front of him, and a ball of ice flame came at him again. On the other side, Zhu Rong's true fire was condensing on the hammer. I'll fight you to the death. The mosquito Taoist roared, and the ferocity of the ancient ferocious beast in his bones was completely aroused. With a roar, the light of Buddha shone from his body. Bathed in the light of Buddha, he seemed to be burning in another way. Then he rose into the air and rushed toward Zhua Xiaoduo fiercely. It's one thing that I can't win today, but I'd rather die than drag this guy down with me. Zhua Xiaoduo roared, and his body spun rapidly. Then the mosquito Taoist was shocked to find that, damn it, the pair of hammers had turned into 2 mountain-like meteor hammers. You're blocking me from getting close to you. With a boom, the hammers smashed down like a thunderbolt. A whirlwind with the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers flashed in and out of the whirlwind. Like a storm, it attacked the mosquito Taoist from a distance. On the other side, Zhua Xiaoyan didn't attack anymore. She asked the sword spirit, Xiao Duo, to control the spirit-snatching sword. The sword flew back and forth gracefully, aiming to find the loopholes in the mosquito Taoist's defense. As long as there was a chance, it would strike. The Wahuang sword also flew back and forth. When there was a chance, it would strike and only take away a piece of fate. Xiao Long just kept eating to his heart's content. The god-slaying spear, Yin Shursi, was also looking for a chance. Chapter 1353. The sword of Empress Envihua slashed twice and cut off a large amount of fortune. Her spiritual power shook the void as she shouted, This kind of primordial, ferocious beast thinks too highly of himself. He will never submit to anyone sincerely. Besides, compared to his surrender, kill him. Xiaoduo knew what it meant. He didn't plan to leave him alive. He swung his hammer and attacked. Mosquito Taoist struggled to fly up. Then he shouted desperately, "If so, let's go together." Then his body swelled up. It seemed he was going to explode. Xiaoduo and Xiaoyan knew it was time to retreat. A gentleman wouldn't stand under a collapsing wall that when such a strong man exploded, even if he was seriously injured, the power would still be earth-shattering. It wasn't strange that he could kill Mosquito Taoist with one blow. But at this moment, Mosquito Taoist's body, which had swelled up to the extreme, suddenly deflated weirdly. Mosquito Taoist shouted in horror, "Get out! Get out!" Xiaoduo was stunned. Who was he asking to get out? What did he mean? Was a bluff? The next moment, a shadow appeared on the huge black mosquito. She had a slim figure and a high bun. She looked at Mosquito Taoist coldly. "Mosquito, you deserve this. Get out? Do you think I'll get out? Please, get out, get out." The Mosquito Taoist roared in despair, his voice hoarse. "You didn't want me to get out before. Why are you begging me to get out now?" The shadow woman sneered. "What goes around comes around. Today, I'll trap you and prevent you from exploding. I'll turn your body into a precious material for refining weapons. I'll turn your original soul into a spirit for refining weapons. I'm going to make your luck vanish completely. I'll make sure your soul will never be reincarnated. Mosquito, don't even think about exploding. As long as I'm here, all your attempts will be in vain." Mosquito Taoist spat out blood. He said furiously, "Do you think they'll let you go if I die? You'll become their puppet too. Even if I become a puppet, it's because of karma. At least it's better than being imprisoned by you all these years." Her body swayed, but suddenly a golden light burst out, completely freezing the body of the blood-winged black mosquito. She looked up at Xiaoduo and said, "Kill him. Extract his primordial spirit. Extract his soul. Extract his innate luck. Extract his source energy. This big mosquito is very useful. Human kid, you've struck gold today. Ha ha. I feel so happy right now. Ha 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 ha. I've been wronged for countless years. Today, I've finally spat it out." The woman's virtual shadow froze the Mosquito Taoist's body and laughed wildly. She looked very happy. The cat spirit sword appeared in Xiaoduo's hand. With a flash of cold light, it was aimed at Mosquito Taoist's head. The Mosquito Taoist was severely injured, and his primordial spirit was locked. He could not resist at all and was killed on the spot. Then Xiaoduo started to extract his primordial spirit. The Huahuang sword was an experienced commander. He called out to Xiao, Bai Jiu, Yin Shisi, Xiao Long, and Xiao Duo. All the divine artifacts lined up and were distributed according to their contributions. The Mosquito Taoist body was still shining. Although he was dead, his body was still stubbornly condensed into one. It did not disperse. It'll take some time for the precious materials to disperse. The woman floated out of the Mosquito Taoist's body. "Don't worry, he's already dead. At this moment, it's just that his luck hasn't completely dissipated. Okay, Senior, please." Xiaoduo accompanied the woman's shadow to sit in the living room. The woman's shadow had an extraordinary origin. She was able to stop the Mosquito Taoist from exploding himself at the last moment. However, she was only a primordial spirit after all. She posed no threat to Xiaoduo and the others. "Senior, may I ask who you are?" Xiaoduo pushed out a bottle of laurel honey and opened it considerately. The woman's eyes lit up. She said with a smile, "Thank you. It was the best thing for primordial spirits." His soul directly leaned against the bottle, and in the blink of an eye, the bottle of laurel honey was completely clean. The woman's primordial spirit's shadow became visibly more real. Sitting upright on the sofa, his movements were extremely calm. The kind of graceful and calm demeanor of an expert who was proud of the world was fully displayed. "May I ask, how many years have passed since the god investiture calendar of the primitive era? The woman's shadow finally asked after a moment of silence. This god investiture calendar of the primitive era? Zhuo scratched his head and looked at Zhuo. However, Zhuo was also confused. God investiture calendar of the primitive era? What's that? This question was really profound. Even Li Chenglong, who was familiar with the history of astral souls, might not be able to answer it, let alone the two of them. Xiaoduo racked his brains and recalled that he seemed to have read a book called God Investiture in his dream, but his memory was really blurred. It was as if he had never read it. If it weren't for the two words God Investiture, he couldn't connect the dots. But was there any connection between that and the real world? If he said it casually, would it give people a far-fetched feeling? Was he going to tell them that he had a dream and was actually alive hundreds of thousands of years ago? So Xiaoduo thought for a while. He felt that the possibility was really low. He'd better not embarrass himself. The woman's shadow sighed softly. It seems that it's been too long. So long that people don't even remember that era. Her eyes turned into melancholy. Xiaoduo asked carefully, "May I know your name?" He had asked this question just now, but the woman didn't answer. Obviously, she didn't want to answer. However, Xiaoduo was really curious and couldn't help but ask again. The woman was lost in thought for a while and said with a bitter smile, "I'm just a remnant soul. What kind of name can I have? If I tell you my name in the past, wouldn't it be a disgrace to my master and my fellow disciples?" She looked at Xiaoduo and said apologetically, "Little friend, please don't ask anymore. Please save some face for this poor Taoist." Xiaoduo was a little embarrassed. He touched his nose and said, "If you have something to hide, I won't ask." The woman smiled and said, "But no matter what, you're my benefactor. No matter how you're going to deal with me, you've freed me. This karma must be paid." Xiaoduo understood the meaning of her words. Obviously, she was testing how he was going to deal with her. He waved his hand and said, "The fate of the world belongs to karma. You've escaped from the disaster, and you're blessed in the future. If you have any inconvenience, just tell me where you're going, and I'll find a way to send you back. If you really don't have a place to go, you can stay here with me. As for the method of rebuilding your body, I can also do my part." Xiaoduo didn't make it too clear, nor did he say that he was going to die. Now, it was the world of great battles. If this woman belonged to the astral souls and was hostile to the human tribe, Xiaoduo would still fall out with her and deal with her. And with this woman's intelligence, she naturally understood the meaning behind his words. This brat, is he trying to recruit me? His appetite is quite big. The woman broke into a smile and said sweetly, "Little friend, you've helped my remnant soul to survive. I really have no place to go at the moment, so I'll be thick-skinned and stay with little friend for the time being. If little friend has any questions about cultivation, you can ask me for advice." With such an ending, both sides were naturally happy. Xiaoduo was not stingy. He gave her a few bottles of laurel honey for her to recuperate. Anyway, it was just a primordial spirit, and it was imprisoned. It was not a threat. Then he went to check his gains. At this moment, the mosquito Taoist was truly dead. His soul had dissipated. A great way was integrated into the space of the Tower of Annihilation, causing the space of the Tower of Annihilation to undergo a qualitative change. In midair, black clouds started to form. Vaguely, there was a sense of yin and yang, and the Tao was overflowing. The great way from the great ancient demon can cause such a change in the Tower of Destruction. It's really unexpected, but it's a good thing. It won't be too much even if there are more sections. No one knew better than Xiaoduo how many things his Tower of Destruction had devoured. Now, it was unexpectedly nourished by a great way and achieved such results. It was beyond his expectations. He was especially eager for the future. In this world of great battles, there were many primordial strongmen like Wen Taoist priest. If he could, wouldn't it be wonderful? In addition to the Taoist connotation of the Great Way and all kinds of good things that had been shared by the family, the inner elixir of Wen Taoist priest, which was kept by the Huahuang sword, was the top thing left by Wen Taoist priest. "Senior, may I ask what is the use of this thing, or how to use it?" "This is the inner elixir of Wen Taoist priest. and at the same time, it is the accumulation of his essence. If you try to figure out this inner elixir with your own divine soul, you can absorb one Taoist priest's lifetime experience and various divine senses. You can even comprehend one Taoist priest's technique of thousands of incarnations from it. But it depends on the user's cultivation and a little bit of luck. It may not be possible to get what you want. The woman's virtual shadow was full of emotion. She said, since the untainted age, when Taoist priest rarely walked around the world with his original appearance. I didn't expect that this time he came out with his original body. It's really the time and destiny. In the cultivation tribulation, if you're not a sage, how can you avoid the tribulation? Those bones and wings. How to use them? Those are the best materials for refining spiritual treasures. One Taoist priest cultivation has reached the almighty realm, and he is also a special species in the untainted age. His body is full of rare treasures. Even a drop of essence and blood can play a great role as long as it is used properly. I see. What's this? So, Xiao Duo saw Xiao and the others gathered together and seemed to be fighting for something. He couldn't help but be curious. Which one of these babies was not arrogant? But now, they turned against each other because of something? What could be so precious? Chapter 1354 by Jiao, Xiao Duo, Yin Shirsi, and Huang Sword all gathered together and looked at each other with hostility. No one was willing to back down, so Xiao Duo hurried over to take a look and found that they were arguing about the 3 floating lotus flowers. Bai Jiao and the others all pounced on the lotus with a look of "this is mine." It wasn't just Bai and Jiao who were like that. Even Xiao Duo, and Huang Sword were like that. Even Yin Shirsi, who had never dared to compete with the crowd when he encountered something good, was not willing to back down now. For the sake of these 3 lotuses, these little fellows had all shown signs of turning against each other and breaking off all relations. In particular, Bai and Jiao were already secretly contacting Jiao Mai Mai. His meaning was clear. If you dare to fight with me again, I'll give you a blow with my hammer. The lotus was truly beautiful. So beautiful that Xiao Duo fell in love with it at first sight, almost following in the footsteps of his family. It's actually 3 beautiful lotus flowers. These 3 lotus flowers are faintly connected. It's even more rare. Just this holy and noble appearance alone doesn't seem like something that a devil should possess. The female silhouette couldn't help but sigh. This thing was refined after Taoist Wen's death. Obviously, although Taoist Wen had been working hard for so many years, he had never really refined the treasure of the Western sect. This is a really good item. It's at the level of a top-tier, innate numinous treasure. This is the 3rd grade of the Western sect's 12th grade golden merit lotus, which is used to suppress providence. It is filled with merit chi. As she spoke, the woman's shadow realized something. Although the merit treasure was swallowed by Mosquito Taoist by chance, how could it be refined by such a vicious demon who was full of sins and had slaughtered countless creatures? Sin and merit were opposites to each other. If Taoist one could refine the golden lotus of merits, it would be really strange. The root of the problem should be that the golden lotus of merit had a tribulation that was covered in dust. It was using Taoist one to experience a tribulation. This thing, what exactly is it used for? Xiao Duo frowned as he picked up the virtuous golden lotus and asked subconsciously. The woman's phantom smiled bitterly. Just as she was about to explain, her eyes suddenly widened, because she could clearly see that from Xiao Duo's chest, there was a piece of jade with an incomplete shape that was quietly floating out. It emitted a swirling black and white light, but then the black and white light enveloped the 3rd grade golden lotus. In the blink of an eye, the 3rd grade golden lotus was enveloped by the black and white light, and disappeared. Clang, clang. The Huang sword froze in the air, dumbstruck. The god-slaying spear fell to the ground with a clang and remained motionless. Xiao Duo, by Bai and Jiao. The 4 little fellows could not take it anymore. They sat down on the ground, kicked their legs, and cried. That was the most delicious thing in the world. How? How could it suddenly disappear? Mama, you have to compensate me. The four little fellows cried with tears streaming down their cheeks. Swishauduo himself was also stunned on the spot, dumbfounded, because this change was something that even he himself had not expected. His plate of creation did not absorb the third-grade golden lotus. Instead, it had completely melted, absorbed, and eaten it. What should he do? Compensate? How could he compensate? Now, even as Swishauduo smashed his plate of creation, he would not be able to compensate for it. However, such an outcome was right in front of their eyes. Seeing the good food in their mouths disappear for no reason, how could these little fellows be willing to let it go? Previously, when they asked for help in the battle, they were willing to sacrifice themselves. Now that they had something good, they did not even share it. How could this be? One by one, they kicked their short legs and cried. Their tears flowed out like a river. Only Xiao Xiao was different from the rest. While the others were crying with 2 legs, it was the only one that was crying with 3 legs. Suddenly, the plate of creation shone with a strange light. Suddenly, 5 rays of light surged, one for each of Xiao, Xiao Duo, Bai, Jiu, and the god-slaying spear. Then, it disappeared from Xiao's body again. Obviously, it felt a little embarrassed to take it all by itself, so it wanted to share some of the good stuff, the Huang sword. Where's mine? Where's mine? Damn it. Every one of them got one, but I didn't. Is it true that only children who cry get candy? Is it too late for me to cry now? Clang, clang, clang. Clang, clang, clang. The Huang sword was so angry that its stomach was about to explode. It flew back and forth in the air. It flew back and forth. I won't accept this. I want to have mine too. Mine. Why can't I have mine? Everyone has mine, so why can't I have mine? However, no matter how it flew back and forth, the plate of creation did not appear again. That although the plate of creation had already given some benefits, it was still not enough for Xiao and the others. How could you swallow all of it and only give us this little bit? Their labor was not that cheap. Therefore, it kicked its legs and cried. There was another person who was stunned. It was the illusory figure of the woman. This ancient almighty who was only left with her primordial spirit looked at this scene, and her beautiful eyeballs bulged out. They even exceeded the limits of her eye sockets and floated up and down in front of her face. This sudden shock was so great that it was about to shake her soul out of her body. These 3 words were circulating in her mind. It was not that she did not want to shout out in shock, but that she was so shocked that she could not shout out. The plate of creation. It's actually the plate of creation. Oh my heavens. Master, Master, this disciple has truly seen the world today and has broadened my horizons. I actually saw the plate of creation. Even the Tao ancestor did not collect the complete plate of creation. Although the plate of creation in this kid's hands is not complete, it seems to be mostly complete and has a prototype. The illusory figure of the woman staggered weakly. Luckily, I'm only in primordial spirit now. If my physical body was still here, I'm afraid that I would be so shocked that I'm only left with my primordial spirit now. Don't say that shock doesn't kill. It's just that the shock isn't enough. On the other side, the 3-legged golden crow Xiao, who was kicking its legs and crying, suddenly blinked its eyes after the plate of creation completely swallowed the golden lotus of merit and the green light fused into its soul. Then, it mysteriously stopped crying. After that, it sat there like a silly duck. It seemed to have thought of something, and its eyes were filled with confusion. And it continued to be confused. Zhuo and Zhuo persuaded it, and promised it a lot of good things. Then, it finally stopped kicking its legs and crying. It got up one by one, rubbed its eyes, and went back to its duties. It finally stopped crying. It's so tiring to coax children, Zhuo sighed in his heart. Then, he picked up a storage ring on the ground. Well, this was also specially left by the Huang sword for him. It was one Taoist space ring. After all, they could not use it even if they wanted to. Zhuo Duo casually opened it and immediately cried out in surprise. The illusory figure of the woman had expected this. She smiled and said nothing. Zhuo Xiaonian looked over and could not help but widen her pretty eyes. She said in surprise, so many good things. When Daoist's wealth was too great. It was not that Zhuo Xiaoduo and his wife had not seen the world or had not seen many good things. There were so many good things. After the return of the demon continent, more than 40% of the super resources in the 3 continents were sent to the space exterminating tower by the big shots. With Zhuo Xiaoduo's wealth, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was the richest man in the 3 continents. But now, he saw Daoist Wen's collection. There were so many magic treasures, all kinds of spiritual materials, all kinds of weapons, all kinds of elixirs, and many other good things that he didn't recognize. There were so many of them that they piled up like mountains. Even though Zhuo Xiaoduo was a nouveau riche, he still felt uneasy when he saw the things in the ring. So many. There were simply too many of them. For a miser like Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian, who had been led astray by Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't see any benefit from the virtuous golden lotus at all. Instead, it was the piles of heavenly materials and earthly treasures that made the couple extremely happy. We're rich. We're really rich now. We're rich all of a sudden. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes were spinning, and his fingers were trembling as if they were convulsing. My young friend, you're really blessed. The illusory figure of the woman's voice was full of emotion. As a senior from the untainted land, the woman knew Wen Taoist's divine sense very well. Only she knew how difficult it was to catch Wen Taoist's real body. Even a sage might not be able to catch Wen Taoist's real body with certainty. Which fierce beast from antiquity times did not have many life-saving methods? How could it be so easy to catch its real body? However, the little guy in front of her had killed Wen Taoist by accident. Daoist Wen's death could be said to be muddle-headed and inexplicable. Even when he died, he didn't know who his opponent was. Even the person who killed Taoist Wen might not know what kind of person he had killed. Now, his space ring had fallen into the hands of his enemy. The golden lotus of merit, which he had refined for hundreds of thousands of years without any results, was now a gift to someone else. God's will. This is God's will. Everything is retribution once the cause and effect backfire. Seeing the enemy she had fought for hundreds of thousands of years die in front of her, just like that, a look of bewilderment appeared on the woman's face. Was he really dead? Was he dead? Why had Wen Taoist Mosquito worked so hard all his life? Who did he work so hard for? Wen Taoist Mosquito had wreaked havoc all his life, and now he died in such an obscure way. Chapter 1355. I don't know if I should ask. Senior, what kind of fate do you have with the blood-winged black mosquito? You have 2 souls living in one body. It's not as simple as 2 souls living in one body, is it? Zhuo Xiaoduo said with surprise in his eyes. The woman's shadow shook her head helplessly and smiled bitterly. I knew you would ask this question. I believe you won't be at ease until you figure it out. Senior, you've stopped Wen Taoist priest from exploding himself. You've already made your stand clear. How can I doubt you? Zhuo Xiaoduo said sweetly. I'd be a fool to believe you. The woman curled her lips and then looked up. She said sadly, Wen Taoist priest and I were both primitive monsters, fierce beasts. My foundation may not be as strong as the blood-winged black mosquito, but my teacher fixed this shortcoming of mine. Speaking of teacher, the woman's shadow looked sincere and bowed to the sky. That was also the beginning of the cultivation tribulation. I was tainted by the mortal world and controlled by someone. I was supposed to return to the West like my fellow disciples. But the blood-winged black mosquito took advantage of this and swallowed my body. The woman's shadow clenched her teeth and said, the blood-winged black mosquito's cultivation was much lower than mine. The gap between us in the primordial spirit realm was huge. If I wasn't restrained by external forces, how could the blood-winged black mosquito do anything to me? I see. Zhuo Xiaoduo understood. Although the blood-winged black mosquito swallowed my body by chance, My primordial spirit also entered the body of the blood-winged black mosquito with my body. It gave me a chance to live and even gave me a chance to possess the fierce beast. However, although the fierce beast's foundation was shallow, its foundation was strong. As a primordial fierce beast, it was born and bred. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get what I wanted. But my primordial spirit was always stronger than the mosquito's, so it was impossible for it to refine me. Because of the calamity, my primordial spirit has always been restrained by the sage. Before this beast dies, even if I wanna, I can't break free. We've been entangled like this. In the beginning, our two primordial spirits would often fight each other. Later on, I knew that there was no hope for me to escape, so I couldn't be bothered with him anymore. I would only come out to cause trouble when he was comprehending the great Tao or when he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Strictly speaking, after so many years, the progress of this mosquito's cultivation is actually relatively limited. He never dares to rashly make a breakthrough because once he does, he will attract the heavenly tribulation. Under the heavenly tribulation, if I cause trouble for him, he will only end up turning into ashes. Only when his cultivation reaches the point where he has no choice but to make a breakthrough and the heavenly tribulation is unable to do anything to him will he make a breakthrough. The woman's virtual shadow said indifferently, "It has continued like this until today. Finally, I've been waiting for an opportunity. It's injured and exhausted. It has no other choice but to self-destruct. But how can I let it self-destruct when it has no other choice? Wouldn't that kill me as well?" I see. Zhuo didn't know how many times he had said these words today, but he still couldn't help but yearn for these secrets of the antiquity times. Ordinary people had enemies. After a few years or decades, even if they didn't die, their enemies would die. Even for cultivators who had stepped into the Tao, it would only take them a few hundred years at most. But look at the powerful figures in the antiquity times. They couldn't help but admire them. A grudge, a layer of karma, have been going on for hundreds of thousands of years, even millions of years without ending. Until today, people didn't even remember the world they were in, not to mention them. They were still entangled in grudges, fighting endlessly, but this perseverance, this mentality that really made me rejoice in their misfortune. By the way, among the treasures seized by the mosquito Taoist, is there anything that you used to carry with you? Zhuo asked. The woman's virtual shadow smiled and looked at Zhuo Xiaoyan lovingly. She said, "You're a clever girl. You want to use this method to spy on my roots. Unfortunately, when I died, my belongings were already taken away by the Western religious sect. This mosquito was not strong enough to take my treasures." I see. Zhuo Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Then, in the space of the Tower of Emptiness, the woman's virtual shadow actually began to teach the couple how to improve their cultivation. As for Zhuo Xiaoduo's cultivation methods, tactics, and hammering skills, the woman praised him and gave him many suggestions. Every time, she pointed out the key points. The more Zhuo Xiaoduo learned, the more he felt that this woman was truly unfathomable. Not to mention the two of them, even his parents, and even Great Flood, which were inferior to this woman in terms of knowledge and experience. Even the most powerful cultivators in the astral souls, such as Chan Sheng and Elder Wan, were inferior to this woman. Probably because of the fear of the unknown, Zhuo Xiaoduo became more and more surprised and scared. Such an existence could actually be schemed to death back then. Then what kind of dangerous world was the so-called Great Desolate World? Now, those experts from back then had all returned. Moreover, after so many years of tempering, their strength had probably increased greatly compared to back then. What kind of enemies would the human clan of the astral souls have to face? Occasionally, they would ask her name, but the woman's virtual shadow would still smile. In the end, she had no choice but to say, "You're my saviors. You don't have to call me senior. If you want, you can call me Sister Yin." Sister Yin. Sister Yin. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan were, of course, obedient. They called her Sister Yin sweetly and respectfully. After all, For such a powerful cultivator, even if her body had been dead for countless years, her primordial spirit still existed. Her eyesight, experience, and knowledge were many times better than others. The direction of your cultivation is basically correct. Sister Yun guided the two of them in the Void Extermination Tower for a whole year. She had been correcting them in various ways. Finally, she talked about improvement. To be honest, she was really surprised. She was surprised from the bottom of her heart, especially when she knew the real age of Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaoyan. She was even more shocked. How could they reach the Daluo realm at such a young age? Is this still the untainted world that I'm familiar with? The untainted world could easily be tens of thousands of years old. Any cultivator with a little bit of fame would feel embarrassed to talk about it if they did not have tens of thousands of years of cultivation experience. According to Sister Yun's knowledge, only the disciples of the major sects during the investiture of the gods could be compared with Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaoyan. However, most of those disciples were famous for the treasures and secret techniques they inherited from their masters. When it came to cultivation, they could not be compared with Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaoyan. In fact, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. With such good seedlings in front of her, Sister Yun's own inheritance also adhered to the idea of teaching without discrimination. She really put in all her effort to teach Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaoyan. It was no different from teaching a disciple. Thanks to Sister Yun's guidance, Zhuoxiaoduo felt as though his combat prowess had increased by at least one-fold. This was also related to the atmosphere and environment of the world. Based on the original geography and geology of the astral souls, cultivators who had reached the Daluo realm were already outstanding. They were at the top of the world and could not use their full strength. Otherwise, it would be easy to cause a catastrophe. In other words, Daluo realm cultivators should either not use their full strength. Even if they did, it was best not to use their full strength. This layer of shackles indirectly made it difficult for Daluo realm cultivators to improve. Otherwise, the three continents have been fighting for a long time, and there was only one, the Flood Witch. Yes, Father Zhuo and Mother Zhuo's final progress was largely due to the transformation of the mortal world. In addition, Zhuoxiaoduo had given them an additional surprise. It could be said that it was a gift from the heavens. As for Sister Yun, she was an almighty during the time of the investiture of the gods. She did not scoff at the top of the three continents, the astral souls, and the other continents. With her knowledge, she was able to guide and correct Zhuoxiaoduo and his wife's path of cultivation. Naturally, they were able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Even so, the breakthroughs and improvements that Zhuoxiaoduo made in the past year were still inconceivable to Sister Yun. She found it hard to comprehend. In her opinion, Zhuoxiaoduo's rate of improvement could only be described as unorthodox. However, she had personally inspected Zhuoxiaoduo's cultivation. Although it was not an orthodox martial art, it was still the same as the legacy of the celestial sect. It was definitely not an unorthodox martial art. This was strange and bizarre. Your path of cultivation is not wrong. Your combat strength is also very impressive. Although you would be soft-hearted occasionally, under the influence of your weapon, such soft-heartedness is not a big deal. Sister Yin smiled and said, "This weapon of yours can be said to be the most merciful weapon. Therefore, I do not have any good suggestions for your path. Your foundation is very solid, and you are moving in the right direction. All you need to do is to work hard and run forward step by step." Xiaoduo. Sister Yun's evaluation of Zhuoxiaoduo was very high. Zhuoxiaoduo was beaming with joy. Zhuoxiaoyan also felt proud and smiled. As for you, little Nianer, Sister Yun's expression was somewhat serious. You really do not have any memories? Not even the slightest bit. I really don't. Zhuoxiaoyan widened her eyes. How can I have any memories? I am not another person. You don't know. The ice flame in your body has a strange origin. It is somewhat strange. If it is not the primordial phoenix's child, then it is the ancestral Tao's backup plan. Sister Yun frowned and said to the two of them, "Because of this, The two of you should be more careful in the future. Zhou Xiaoyan's heart suddenly trembled. Zhou Xiaoduo instantly became nervous. He quickly asked, "Will there be any problems? Will my wife be taken back by them?" Chapter 1356. That's not necessarily the case. Sister Yin smiled. The so-called scheme is ultimately just a part of the plan. Now that you and your wife have attained the grand heavenly realm, your cultivation base alone, and considering your young age, is more than just shocking. Such progress will definitely exceed the expectations of the person who laid the plan. 99% of the original plan will fail. The bigger the fist, the bigger the reason. Even in the primeval age, this phrase is still a saying of wisdom, an undefeatable iron law. I understand. I will work harder in my cultivation. I will not let my wife run away. Zhou Xiaoduo breathed a sigh of relief. But little Nian you have a fatal weakness. Sister Yin sighed. Soft-hearted. Soft-hearted? Yes. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, you are already ruthless and merciless enough. However, when faced with these old things from back then, it is too easy to arouse your pity or perhaps a sense of acknowledgement. Almost all the old people of our time were experts at manipulating people's hearts. When facing such enemies, it is too easy for people like you to sympathize with them. But once such emotions appear, it is a sign that you will be defeated and you will never be able to make a comeback. You must pay attention to this. In the Eldritch era, apart from one's own camp, there is no affection to speak of. Back then, we used to respect our senior uncles and senior uncles. We listened to their orders and obeyed their orders. But when it comes to the cataclysm, when it involves our fundamental interests, we are still afraid that we are not ruthless enough. At this point, she suddenly felt a sense of loss and sighed softly. They are really merciless. Zhou Xiaoyan took a deep breath and said, "I understand." Sister Yin smiled and stroked Zhou Xiaoyan's hair. Kindness is a good thing, but kindness in battle is taboo. No matter who it is, no matter what relationship you have with them, as long as they stand against you, what you need to do is to kill them. Kill them without hesitation. That is the greatest respect to the word enemy. Yes, I'll remember it. After saying that, Sister Yun's mood turned gloomy. She remained silent for a long time, seemingly lost in thought. Now, it's no longer the world I'm in. Master, senior brother, junior sister. Where are you now? I wonder if I'll be able to see you again in this lifetime. That after obtaining the Tao connotation of the Great Way from Mosquito Taoist priest, a great amount of luck, many scraps of the root bone, and a large amount of essence blood, the Tower of Void Extermination had a great change again. Now, the difference between the time flow inside the Tower of Emptiness and the time flow outside was as large as 3 years. After devouring Taoist Wen's soul, Bai and Jiu grew up a lot. Although they still looked like babies in their human forms, when they turned into gourds, they looked like melons that were about to ripen and fall off. In short, they were full of texture and very pleasing to the eye. In addition to the changes in their appearance, the power they could exert was at least 10 times stronger than before. Their combat strength was off the charts. God-slaying spear, Yanshursi, also benefited a lot. Not only did he absorb all the death chi and devil chi from Mosquito Taoist priest, but he also absorbed a part of Mosquito Taoist priest's soul power. Not only did he complete the transformation, but he also improved. After this battle, Xiao Duo's foundation was also strengthened dozens of times. With a casual spit of his mouth, he could freeze the space thousands of meters in front of him completely. This kind of extremely cold air seemed to have reached a certain limit. It was slowly evolving into an ice flame through a kind of qualitative change. However, when the little guys recalled that the 3 lotuses had been devoured, they pouted and looked very aggrieved as for Xiao Duo. During this period, apart from growing up a lot, he didn't show any signs of becoming smarter. Sometimes he acted muddle-headed, and sometimes he even seemed a little deranged. That at first, Zhou Xiaoduo was concerned about this. However, according to Hua Huang's sword, this was probably a sign that the 7th prince was about to regain his memory. Now, Many disorderly memory fragments were intermittently recalled, causing Xiao Duo's memory to be chaotic. However, this kind of thing could only depend on himself to slowly adapt and force himself to get through it. There was little room for external forces to control it. When he got through it, perhaps the wise and powerful seventh prince of the demon clan, Yiqiong, would officially return. Yiqiong. Zhuo Xiaoduo expressed his heartfelt dissatisfaction with this name. What a lousy name. It's dumb and poor. It doesn't even have a good name. Zhuo Xiaoduo expressed that he didn't have the strength to complain. I really don't know if the demon emperor and his wife are good at naming. Not only did they give their son a dumb name, but they also called him poor. Xiao sounds better. While Longsword was the one who really didn't have the strength to complain. The name you gave. How dare you praise yourself? You're a textbook example of a bad name. How dare you make fun of other people's names? How could there be such a shameless person in the world? Forget it. I already knew that this guy was extremely shameless. It's not a matter of a day or two. It's meaningless to complain about it. There's nothing new about it. Comparisons are odious. Names are worthless. I don't want such an inauspicious name. His name will be Xiao from now on. It must be Xiao. Zhuo Xiaoduo said resolutely, while Longsword flew back with a whoosh, trying to digest its benefits. Although the Sword of Empress Envoi didn't get any of those treasures, and the Sword of Empress Envoi didn't get any of the benefits from the creation disc, she still got a lot of heavenly merit after killing Taoist One. Most of these virtues were concentrated on the Sword of Empress Hua. This made the Huahuang sword's strength improve to a certain extent. Huahuang sword wasn't greedy. For an innate spirit treasure like it, being able to break through the inherent bottleneck and break through is already extremely precious. It was clear about its roots, and it was even more clear about its level. At its level, it would be extremely difficult for it to advance by even a millimeter. Now that it could improve so much, what was there to be dissatisfied about? Besides, even if those guys come back, I'll take Xiao, Bai, Jiao, Yanshursi, and Xiao with me. We'll gang up on them. Who can withstand it? Who else? Whenever Sword of Empress Envoi thought of her awe-inspiring look, she couldn't help but laugh. Life was getting better and better. So Xiaoduo patrolled the area, as usual. Except for some spiritual herbs that were damaged during the battle, nothing else was lost. In short, everything was improving, becoming stronger, and developing in a good direction. Unexpectedly, he couldn't help but have a feeling that I am now invincible in the world. However, this good attitude was shattered by Sister Yun's words. Should I say it or not? My senior and junior brothers can beat you up in one move. One move. Beat me up. So strong. So Xiaoduo seemed to have calmed down. However, he couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, If you're so strong, can you tell me your name? Open my ears. Little brat scram. Sister Yin scolded him without holding back. This little bastard, after being together for more than a year, he had never stopped trying to find out about her background and identity. The more setbacks he faced, the more courageous he became. He was tireless, defeated in every battle, and defeated in every battle. Such a despicable little thing. If it was in the past, they would have captured him back to Golden Turtle Island and beaten him up together 800 times a day. Their senior and junior brothers had a lot of heads. They didn't believe that they couldn't beat him up. Let's go out. It should be about time. So Xiaoduo calculated the time. Almost one day has passed in the outside world. Even if there are people who came to check this place out, they should have left by now. That's true. Zhuo Xiaoyan was starting to panic. The flow of time inside this heavenly abode of yours is different compared to the outside world. Sister Yin was surprised. We have been here for more than 1 year, but only one day has passed in the outside world. Who was Sister Yin? Naturally, she knew what a space-type magic artifact was. Back in the day, the difference in the flow of time inside and outside the heavenly abode was the most basic of operations. However, the difference in the flow of time inside and outside the heavenly abode was too big. Additionally, wasn't this heavenly abode a little too big? This was beyond the scope of a blessed heavenly abode. It could even be considered as an independent little world. Ever since I fused many of Taoist mosquitoes' fragments into this space, 3 years inside the heavenly abode is only 1 day and 1 night outside. At present, we have been here for almost 2 years, but in truth it is only around 20 hours outside. Zhuo felt smug, and he bragged. At any rate, it was rare to see such a look of shock on Sister Yun's face. Sister Yun could not stop herself from sucking in a breath of cold air. She couldn't help but be shocked by the difference in the flow of time. This kind of treasure was almost comparable to the private domain of a saint. And yet, such a treasure had fallen into the hands of a mischievous kid who was only at the grand immortal stage. Was this a stroke of luck, or was this a pearl cast before swine? Let's go out and have a look. Sister Yin, right now, our foundations are very. Zhuo was still feeling puzzled. I have suppressed my primary essence for who knows how many times. Why does it sound like my primary essence is even weaker compared to your primary essence back then? What is that supposed to mean? Why is there such a big difference? It's very simple. The current rhythm of this world is vastly different from the past where you were born. After exiting the void-extinguishing tower, Sister Yin looked at the world before her. The mountains and rivers, a look of frustration appeared on her face as she said, "Back then, the worldly spiritual energy here was tens of times, no, hundreds of times more than this world's spiritual energy. How are you going to compare?" Chapter 1357. That is only for ordinary places. Take the blessed lands and grotto heavens as an example. The spiritual energy there is thousands of times greater than that of the ordinary world. Let's put it this way. Back then, by inhaling the spiritual energy of an immortal's abode and not dying, ordinary humans would be able to live a long life of 100 years without suffering any calamities. You once asked me whether the so-called immortal peach and ginseng fruits in the legends really exist and whether they can really make people immortal and have the same age as the sun and the moon. Now I'll tell you that they do exist. Not only that, just by smelling the smell of the ginseng fruit, you can increase your lifespan by 360 years. This is not a mystery, it's common sense. For ordinary humans, if they were to live for 1 hour within an immortal's abode and not die, they would be able to transform their bodies and possess a considerably high talent for cultivation. Those are things that you people cannot comprehend or even imagine. However, back in ancient times, they were still common knowledge, the most common of things. So that is how it is. Zhuo nodded his head repeatedly. Then, he was unable to stop himself from revealing a look of longing. That kind of environment was truly the life of an immortal. If only I could go to that place. There's no need for you to be so envious of others. Take this space-type magic treasure of yours, for example. What is it called again? Void Extermination Tower? What a terrible name. It is so terrible that people do not even want to mention it. Sister Yin ridiculed him. For such a wonderful treasure to be given such a name, seriously. Cough, cough. Please continue. There is no need to mind these minor details. It is just an example. For example, the spiritual energy within this space of yours is undoubtedly much stronger compared to the outside world. At the very least, it is hundreds of times stronger. Ordinary humans who enter this space of yours will not be able to obtain any benefits. Instead, they will be unable to withstand the unprecedented amount of spiritual energy, and their organs will rapidly deteriorate. Do you understand? Sister Yin smiled. Thus, for many ordinary humans, the so-called immortal destiny is just a difficult calamity to overcome. However, once they overcome it, they will be able to ascend to the heavens in a single bound, transcending the mundane. I understand. Zhuo nodded his head. Although he didn't have a clear understanding of this point, he still knew that an old ginseng could kill a person if it was eaten. Sister Yun's primordial spirit was in a floating state. She could only stay by Zhuoxianyan's side. She did not possess the ability to walk. It was unknown what kind of shackles had been placed on her primordial spirit. Even after so many years, she had not been able to break free. Zhuo and Zhuo Xiaoyan, together with Sister Yun, soared into the sky and headed east. As Xiao Chun advanced through the vast clouds, the wind howled. Thousands of mountains and rivers flashed by under his feet. Sister Yun, how can you break free from the shackles of your primordial spirit? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked with concern. However, no matter how many times he asked, he did not receive any reply from Sister Yun. He couldn't help but turn around to take a look. Sister Yun's face was as pale as paper. Her eyes were fixed in a certain direction. Tears flowed down from her eyes like pearls from a broken necklace. However, the moment the tears flowed out from her eyes, they turned into smoke. Her body was trembling so violently that she was almost unable to maintain her silhouette. It looked as though she would collapse at any moment. Zhuo Xiaoyan quickly sent out a stream of her divine sense to help Sister Yun stabilize her mind. At the same time, she ensured that her silhouette would not dissipate. She felt puzzled. What was going on? Zhuo Xiaoduo turned his head and saw a sword light in the distant horizon. The sword light connected the heavens and the earth, illuminating all directions. The sharpness and brilliance of the sword could only be unbreakable and unbreakable, only domineering and resolute. Even though they were hundreds of thousands of li away, they could still clearly see the magnificent sword light that connected the heavens and the earth. It was splendid and magnificent. Zhuo Xiaoduo could not stop himself from sucking in a breath of cold air. Who is this? Just by looking at the sharp sword light, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt as though his entire body was being cut apart. Zhuo Xiaoduo could clearly sense that if he were to fight against this sword light, all it would take was a flash of sword light to turn him into ashes, but the sword light flashed for a good quarter of an hour before disappearing. Even so, Sister Yin continued to stare blankly at the sword light. Her body was still trembling. After a while, she suddenly crouched down and covered her face with both hands as she sobbed bitterly. She cried without caring about anything else. It was as though she was a child who had been bullied outside and had suddenly reunited with her parents. That feeling of grievance instantly poured out. She could not stop it. She covered her face and pursed her lips like a little girl who had been bullied. "Master! Master! Master!" She sobbed. "Master!" Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan looked at the spot where the sword light had disappeared. They could sense the fearless sword intent that faced the heavens and the earth. It was as though they could sense the powerful will of the sword's owner. They could hear only one sentence. "I am back. There will be no wavering. There will be no retreating." Those were the words that the sword light was declaring to the world. He was making a promise to the heavens and the earth, to everything, an oath. A declaration of war. "Master!" Sister Yin cried out hoarsely as tears rolled down her cheeks. She stood up, her eyes still staring at the sword light. There was a look of determination on her face. "I want to go back. My master is summoning me. I want to go back. I want to go home," Sister Yin said softly. However, there was a look of determination in her voice. Her eyes stared unblinkingly as she whispered, "Xiao Duo, please send me there. As long as you can send me there, I will agree to any conditions. I swear an oath with my Tao heart. I will keep my promises until the day I die. Xiao Duo, please send me back." Zhuo Xiaoduo was silent. After a long time, he looked at Sister Yun's pleading eyes and slowly said, "All right, I will send you back. I do not want to wait any longer. I want to go back now. Go back now." Sister Yun trembled as she looked at the sword light, her face filled with fervor. "My master is back. My master is back. My master has returned." Zhuo Xiaoyan supported Sister Yun with one hand. Then, together with Zhuo Xiaoduo, they tore through space and sped toward the sword light. Their objective was clear. The sword light would flash across the sky for a quarter of an hour every 6 hours. Although there was no sound, the sword light continued to illuminate the world. That alone was enough to explain everything. Countless clouds and mists gradually rose from all directions. Countless people, countless living creatures, all of them roared. With their lives, with their souls, they roared with all their might. "Let me go. I want to go back. My master is back." In the wilderness, Who dares bully the immortals of our GS sect? There were also some who tried to stop them, ridiculing them. What GS sect? It was long gone hundreds of thousands of years ago. Even if we go back, what's the point? However, countless living creatures continued to soar into the sky. They resolutely flew toward the sword light like moths to a flame. There was only one goal, one destination. Because of that, countless forces began attacking the Midway. Countless battles broke out in the sky, and powerhouses were constantly being killed. At the right time, a five-colored light shone in the sky. The disciples of GS sect have returned. Those who dare to stop them will become eternal enemies. They will not rest until they die. The disciples of GS sect have returned. Those who dare to kill will become eternal enemies. They will not rest until they die. Waves of powerful mental strength surged back and forth in the vast space. Warning from all directions. Zuoshaoduo looked at the vast sea in front of him. Even with his current cultivation base, he couldn't help but smack his lips in amazement. This GS sect, where did they come from? They were so powerful and crazy. Among the 9 clans, there did not seem to be a GS sect. But now, from the looks of it, it was as if they were going to become enemies with the entire world. They did not care about the demons. They did not care about the humans. They did not care about the Western sect. They did not care about the Tao race either. They did not care about the spiritual race, the demon race, the Wu people, that they even dare to say that they did not care about the heavenly Tao. Where did this bunch of lunatics come from? Looking at the vast sea and listening to the shouts, Sister Yun's expression became more and more excited, more and more urgent, and more fanatical. In her eyes, there seemed to be only the sword light in front of her. She did not even want to talk to anyone anymore. Her eyes were shining. As long as she could go back, even if she died at the place where the sword light came from, she would gladly endure it. No complaints or regrets. Closer. It was getting closer. They had already arrived above the vast sea. "Master, I'm back," Sister Yin called softly. As they got closer and closer to the place where the dazzling sword light was, they could see the wind and clouds surging. On the other side, a fierce battle was unfolding. All kinds of ancient ferocious beasts and golden Buddhas were attacking with all their might. And from that direction, there was a group of people fighting to the death, advancing towards the other side. As the battle continued, more and more creatures were bathed in blood. Their heads were separated from their bodies, and their bodies fell into the vast ocean. Colorful lights flashed one after another. From Zuoshaoduo's point of view, it felt like a party was being held in the distant horizon. Red and green lights swayed back and forth. However, screams and roars were shaking the void. There was also a rain of blood pouring down, sprinkling on the world. On an island in the middle of the sea, a green-robed Taoist was standing on the highest peak of the island with his hands behind his back. He allowed the wind to blow his hair and clothes to flutter. The green-robed Taoist had long eyebrows, a tall and straight figure, and a handsome face. There seemed to be the stars in the sky rotating slowly in his eyes. It was impossible to see his specific expression. He just stood there with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance. He seemed to be thinking about something, or he seemed to be waiting. His gaze seemed to be able to pierce through the boundless void and see the battles that were caused by the return of the celestial race. His hair, which was originally evergreen, had turned white. This kind of white was caused by the exhaustion of the saint's blood. Even he himself could not recover. Perhaps when he was changing, he could change at will. However, once he returned to his original appearance, the white hair would appear again. He was unwilling to recover, because this was a concern in his heart. They were extremely angry and sorrowful. Chapter 1358. Through the endless void, the green-robed Taoist had already seen the fierce battles. However, he did not help. He only waited quietly. He waited for his disciples to return. This was a tacit understanding and also a game. His opponent was also looking at him quietly. "You asked me for your disciples, and I released all of them without missing a single one of them. This is what I promised you, and I did it. However, if others don't want them to return and stop them, they can't blame me. After all, that's the matter of the younger generation. Everyone had long been entangled with karma and grudges. Previously, when they were all in the Western sect, there was always a sense of kinship, and they could not really attack. Now that they were returning, there was no more kinship to speak of. If the younger generation wanted to settle the score, could you stop them? To end karma and resolve grudges, life and death were naturally fated. Wealth and honor were in the hands of the heavens. Therefore, he stood there and waited for the disciples to return. If he still needed to personally receive them when they returned, the disciples would probably commit suicide in shame the moment they stepped onto the island. The first battle after Giescul's return. The disciples of Giescul could not return home with their own abilities. That was already the biggest joke in the world. The disciples could not afford to lose face. Their master could not afford to lose face. And that breath was the crux of the schemes of the various parties. Before stepping onto Punlai Island, the saint would not attack. Then, he would leave all the disciples of Giescul behind before they stepped onto Punlai Island. The 4 war drums rumbled. Countless factions were stopping the disciples of Giescul who wanted to return. The number 1 sect that had shaken the primordial world back then still had its prestige. Once it was revived, how could other factions survive? Who would dare to let them revive? Naturally, they had to do their best to strangle the last bit of life. In the sky, a majestic palace flashed. Countless lightning bolts descended and struck the people of the various factions that blocked the way. At the same time, countless lightning bolts descended and struck the returning disciples of Giescul. The sky was also in chaos for a while. All sorts of classic curses appeared in an endless stream. The many experts who suddenly appeared, who were suspected to be heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, formed a situation of internal strife. They each led their own troops and fought each other. Fuck your ancestors. You're not human. Despicable traitor. Bastard. Who had ever seen immortals fight? The scene in front of him was a real fight between immortals. Moreover, it was a fight between immortals that was particularly crazy. In the blink of an eye, a large number of figures had already descended. All of a sudden, everyone's eyes turned red. Intense, rumbling sounds of explosions rose and fell without end, causing the world to shatter into pieces. Even the 5-color divine light was covered by the explosions. Countless numinous treasures were fighting, colliding, exploding, and disappearing. As the spirit treasures exploded one after another, the shock waves spread throughout the world. A painful path was forcefully blasted open, and a golden cloud suddenly rushed into the sky. Then a calm voice sounded, Dipankara Buddha, Junior Brother Samanabhadra, Junior Brother Manjushri, Junior Brother Ju Lusan. Now that we've come this far, do you still want to be stubborn? A heavy voice said, Senior Brother Duobao, you're no longer the exalted one of the world, so how can we not settle our old scores? That calm voice said indifferently, settle the old scores of the past? All right, then let's settle it. Buddha's bodhisattvas, please show me your skills. A sharp and irritable voice said furiously, you still have the face to talk about the past? How do you talk about the past? A Buddhist chant sounded, and a voice said, kill that peacock first. The irritable voice laughed wildly and rushed to the sky. Kill me? With just a few rotten eggs like you? Come. Whoever takes a step back today is a son of a bitch. Probably because they were still too far away. The deafening sound reached Sui, Xiaoduo, and the others. The volume of the sound was already very, very soft. Sister Yun smiled with tears in her eyes, and she muttered, you little bitch, son of a bitch. Did I offend you? The auspicious cloud came very quickly. As it fought, it rushed toward them, unstoppable and majestic. One by one, golden Buddhas appeared in the sky and joined the team to stop it. However, the auspicious cloud continued to rush toward the other side, forming a straight line, and no one could stop it. Although we suffered a great loss back then and had no choice but to scatter, now we have to fight our way back in a straight line. We can't deviate even a little bit. A young Taoist in the middle of the group held a long sword. Every time he swung his sword, a pursuer would fall. His sword was fast and ruthless. Another burly man was charging left and right with an unstoppable courage. Those who took the initiative to confront him were all fighting with their bare hands. As long as they had weapons in their hands, their weapons would disappear without a trace after being flashed by his five-color divine light. However, sometimes he dashed too fiercely, and it was inevitable that his direction would deviate. Then, he would retreat and charge again. Even if he was injured, he didn't care. He shouted and fought with high morale. This is the return of the disciples of the Order of Jia. Xiaoduo watched without blinking. His blood was boiling. Suddenly, the young Taoist in the sky opened his hands. With a loud bang, countless mountains and seas appeared out of thin air. It was a great world that appeared in this world. Following that, countless soldiers and horses lined up in formation in all directions, ready to attack. Enter! Enter! With a shout, all of the enemies that were in his way were sent into this great world. The Buddhist kingdom in the palm. Another legendary divine skill had appeared in the world of mortals. However, all the returning disciples of the Order of Jia were no longer stopped. They rushed into the East Sea. Penglai Island was in front of them. After going through so many hardships and battles, they finally returned as they wished. Boom! There was another earth-shattering explosion on the surface of the sea. The Buddhist kingdom in the palm finally couldn't withstand the full-force attack of countless mighty figures and exploded. Countless figures appeared in the sky. However, when he looked over, he saw that the disciples of the Order of Jia had already arrived on Penglai Island. This battle had come to an end. Those who attacked rashly would provoke the sect master of the Order of Jia and get into trouble. All of them put away their weapons and bowed solemnly. Congratulations on your return, senior brothers and junior brothers. We will meet again in the future. The young Taoist turned his head. He seemed to have no reaction to the destruction of the Buddhist kingdom in his palm. His eyes were calm, but there was a hint of coldness in them. He said calmly, "Everyone, the calamity has begun again. Everyone is a guest who is going through the calamity. In the future, the primordial world will be our battlefield. There will be a time for the grudges and karma of the past to be resolved. Let's see how it goes in the future." Senior brother Duobao, why do you have to be so aggressive? Victory and defeat are commonplace. Why do you have to worry about it? Everyone should be at ease. There might be battles, but it's serious when it comes to hatred. Hee. Even if you have a glib tongue, can you hide the fact that you are shameless? The young Taoist waved his sleeve. Take care. Today is the first time we have returned. Everything on the island is simple and crude. It's inconvenient to entertain guests. Everyone, please go ahead. The people in the air chuckled and bowed towards the top of the mountain. Goodbye, Uncle Master. On the top of the mountain, the green-robed Taoist put his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. He did not even look at the people in front of him. He said calmly, "From today onwards, I am no longer your Uncle Master. Uncle Master, you are too serious. The return of the disciples today is a joyous occasion. I don't want to lower my status and make things difficult for you. However, it's fate that you came to my Penglai Island. This will be the last time you are safe. In the future, you might be captured, or you might come to the island after killing me. From today onwards, there will be no more Taoist shanching. I am a sect master of the Order of Jia." As soon as he said that, the world suddenly trembled. In the void, countless golden lights descended and slowly gathered on Penglai Island. The people in the air quickly retreated after bowing. The young Taoist, who was the leader, looked at the green-robed Taoist who was standing on the top of the mountain with his hands behind his back. His eyes turned red, and he slowly knelt on the ground. Disciple Duobao, together with my junior brothers and junior sisters, greets Master. May Master live a long life. Behind him, thousands of disciples knelt on the ground and bowed respectfully. They did not show any negligence. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Grandmaster. The green-robed Taoist was the Grand Master of Heaven, one of the three pure ones, Taoist shanching. However, he floated in front of everyone and looked at his disciples in front of him. His expression did not change, but he took a deep breath and said with a trembling voice, "It's been hard on all of you all these years. As long as Master returns safely, I will have no regrets. Duo Bao, I'm here. From today onwards, you will personally guard Penglai Island. Yes, do as you deem fit. Everyone will rush to help and welcome your junior brothers and sisters back to the island." Yes. Daoist Duo Bao hesitated for a moment and said, "Many junior brothers and sisters have been taken in as mounts. They're all disciples of the saints. Master, the disciples, are indignant." The meaning behind Daoist Duo Bao's words was very clear. He was asking what to do in such a situation. From today onwards, other than me, the disciples of GS School don't have to give anyone face in this world. The Grand Master of Heaven emphasized the words anyone. His tone was extremely desolate. "Yes, Master." Daoist Duo Bao slowly stood up and turned around to face his junior brothers and sisters. He said in a low voice, "Master has returned. The disciples of GS School have returned. Today, without the consent of the world, GS School will be re-established. Among the thousands of great Dao, we will seize a chance of survival. Kong Xian, yes, raise the flag. The rest of you, restore the scenery of Penglai Island and the old green touring palace. Tell the world that whoever dares to stop the disciples of GS School from returning will gather and fight to the death." Yes, Penglai Island was suddenly enveloped by endless auspicious clouds and seven-colored light. The entire Penglai Island was constantly expanding. In the blink of an eye, it had already expanded by more than 100 times. The disciples of GS School chatted and laughed as they busied themselves. As they laughed, they raised their hands to wipe their tears. GS School had finally returned. Chapter 1359. Everyone from GS School tried their best to get busy. Usually, they could clean up the place with spiritual energy, but now they had to clean it up with their hands. They were back. They were finally back, although they had gone through a lot of hardships. Although they had gone through many interceptions. Back then, 3,000 people had been swept away to the west. Now, less than 1,500 of them could land on Penglai Island. They had lost more than half. That was a heart-wrenching loss. They were all the old members of GS School. However, they were back in the end. The fellow disciples who had died along the way should be happy, because they had seen hope. They already knew that their master had returned. They could die without regrets. Junior brother, don't worry. We're back. GS School will be rebuilt. Master will return as you wish. Senior brother, we're back. Don't worry. Junior sister. Countless incense sticks and candles rushed up from Penglai Island. The disciples of GS School laughed with tears in their eyes. Now, they were just recovering and recuperating. However, it was not difficult to return to the original grand occasion of 10,000 immortals, because GS School was still around. As long as GS School was still around. As for hatred, revenge, cleaning up the sect, and so on now, they had not reached that stage yet. However, that day was definitely not far away. And at this moment, Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaoyan escorted Sister Yin to the outside of Penglai Island. The Taoist guarding the door was burly and mighty. It was Supremacy Kong Xian, who had led the disciples to fight in all directions. At this moment, there were many things waiting to be done in GS School. No one at the door listened to them. There were not many people who knew all the disciples of GS School. That was why Kong Xian had to wait here. Kong Xian felt that someone had arrived. He was about to ask, "Who are you?" The moment he raised his head, he stood there in a daze. He was completely stunned. Sister Yun smiled with tears in her eyes. "Kong Xian, why? You don't recognize me after seeing me? You were still scolding me just now. Why aren't you saying anything now?" Kong Xian immediately leaped straight up and yelled, "Sister Gui Ling, it's fourth sister. Fourth senior sister is back. Fourth senior sister is back." His voice was like thunder, shaking the entire Penglai Island. Countless disciples of Jieskul appeared. Taoist Duobao jumped out, and even sect leader Tong Tian floated out. Everyone's faces were filled with pleasant surprise. It was because the death of the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit back then was obvious to all. Even the Grand Master of Heaven did not expect that his disciple was still alive and in the human world. There would be a day when the Master and disciple would meet again. Now that he heard that the Turtle Spirit Goddess had returned, he was overjoyed. Master, Master, Sister Yun, who was also the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, slowly knelt on the ground in midair. Before she even opened her mouth, tears were already rolling down her cheeks. This disciple has been unfilial. I haven't been able to serve you for many years. This disciple has been unfilial. The Grand Master of Heaven looked at the goddess of Turtle Spirit, who was in her essence soul state, and sighed softly. You're not unfilial. Back then, as your master, I couldn't protect you. Master, the goddess of Turtle Spirit sobbed. The Grand Master of Heaven raised his hand. An array of green light shot out and entered the goddess of Turtle Spirit's essence soul. The power of the saint that had sealed the goddess of Turtle Spirit for hundreds of thousands of years instantly melted like snow and disappeared. A ray of Buddhist light instantly dissipated. You've lost your physical body, and only your essence soul is left. However, after countless years, it might not be a long-term creation. Let's see how Master will reconstruct your physical body and the great Tao of the universe for you. Thank you, Master. Then, the goddess of Turtle Spirit turned around and pulled Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan over. She said, Master, I've been entangled with the essence soul of the blood-winged black mosquito and could not escape. Fortunately, this young hero and his wife killed the blood-winged black mosquito. I was lucky enough to escape. When he said that, Taoist Duo Bao, Kong Xian, and the others suddenly raised their heads and looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. This young couple could actually kill the blood-winged black mosquito? Is it so fantastical? With the attainments of Duo Bao and the others, even if the world collapsed and the continent sank, it would be rare for them to frown. At that moment, they revealed such a shocked expression. It could be said that it was the first time in so many years. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for your help. Thank you for sending my senior sister back. Kong Xian held Zhuo Xiaoduo's hand tightly and shook it repeatedly. His gratitude was beyond words. He was really grateful, the kind of gratitude that could not be described. Please, please, please take a seat inside. Duo Bao also had a sincere expression of gratitude. The disciples of Jieskul had always cared about each other. After being together for so many years, they were already closer than biological brothers. Seeing the goddess of Turtle Spirit, who should have died many years ago, appear again, be it Taoist Duo Bao or Kong Xian, they were so happy that they were about to explode. The Grand Master of Heaven sized up Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan. Slowly, the expression in his eyes was replaced by interest. He could not see through these two little fellows. It seemed that everything was clear at a glance. Everything was clear, regardless of age, foundation, cultivation base, strength. Everything was clear. However, his Tao heart told him that this clarity was false. This was just a facade. However, he could not tell exactly what was fake. That feeling was really strange, but it was real. The Grand Master of Heaven was very sure of that. Little friend, our Jieskul owes you this favor. The Grand Master of Heaven sighed. Taoist Duo Bao and Kong Xian took a deep breath, and their expressions turned solemn. Our Jieskul owes you. Perhaps Zhuo Xiaoduo did not know yet, but Duo Bao and Kong Xian knew how important it was for their master to say that sentence personally. It was not an exaggeration to say that the world had been overturned. The goddess of Turtle Spirit's eyes reddened. She bowed and said, Thank you, Master. She was not thanking the Grand Master of Heaven for the favor he had given her, but for the debt he owed her. Because of her, the entire Jieskul owed her a huge favor that made the goddess of Turtle Spirit's heart surge. In an instant, she felt that the hundreds of thousands of years of suffering and suffering were all worth it. So Xiaoduo did not feel anything. In his opinion, it was nothing more than me saving a person. The elders of this person's sect said that they owed me a favor and would definitely repay me in the future. That how simple is that? Isn't that just a facade? I understand, I really understand. I seem to have experienced this kind of thing more than once or twice. In the past, the heads of the Wan clan, Xiang clan, Zhan clan, and many other clans seem to have said similar things. They said it with sincerity, certainty, and sincerity. However, in the end, it seemed to be useless. Who asked this young master to improve too quickly? Although the person in front of him was a peak mighty figure in the world and was many times stronger than the family heads in the past, it was fine to listen to those words. If one took them too seriously, they would lose. You're welcome. Zhuo Xiaoduo sounded a little uneasy, but he still tried his best to reveal an innocent, kind, and honest smile. It's only right for us to send Sister Yun back this time. We hit it off with Sister Yun at first sight and can get along well with her. Previously, Sister Yun gave us a lot of pointers in our cultivation and benefited us a lot. Senior, you said that you owe her something. I don't dare to accept it. We're all friends. Why do you say that you owe her? Taoist Duobao's eyes widened. This fellow. Seems like he doesn't know who my master is. There's actually such a weirdo in this world. Or could it be that this world has forgotten us to such an extent? Kong Xian also turned his head and coughed repeatedly. This little fool, do you know what a huge opportunity you're pushing away? The Grand Master of Heaven really revealed an interesting smile this time, because he realized, this kid really doesn't seem to know who I am. That's interesting. That's even more interesting. Isn't this an iron fool falling from the sky? Little friends, what are your names? My name is Zhuo Xiaoduo. This is my wife, Zhuo Xiaoyan. Ahem, she's my parents' adopted daughter. We're not related by blood. Zhuo Xiaoduo rushed to answer, as if he was afraid that others would misunderstand something. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. The Grand Master of Heaven was especially happy. Open the main door of the Green Touring Palace and invite the two of you in. Xiao Duo and Little Nian are sending the turtle spirit back. This is a huge matter of the sect. We can't neglect it. Duo Bao, prepare 2 meditation cushions for the two of you to sit on. The Grand Master of Heaven smiled and waved his hand. He grabbed the essence soul of the goddess of turtle spirit and disappeared first. Kong Xian and Duo Bao had unprecedentedly complicated expressions. The main door of the Green Touring Palace had never been opened casually. In the past, when the eldest senior brother of Chan's school, Guang Chengzi, visited the Green Touring Palace, he had only entered through a side door. Throughout history, there were only 2 martial uncles who could receive his master's personal instruction to open the main gates of the Green Touring Palace. Just this point alone had a very different meaning. It seemed that this kid had immediately won master's favor after sending his junior sister back. Moreover, he had given out 2 meditation cushions at once. What is this? This is a position. A position. Kong Xian's eyes turned red. That this little fellow is really lucky. Please. Taoist Duo Bao waved his hand. Behind him, all the disciples of Jie School lined up neatly on both sides of the road until they reached the door of the Green Touring Palace. At the right time, 2 white cranes descended from the sky and turned into 2 boys. They were clean and stood in front of the door. Each of them held a horsetail whisk. All the disciples of Jie School bowed at the same time. Welcome, esteemed guests. A hint of nostalgia flashed across Taoist Duobao's face. In his eyes, there seemed to be endless years of smoke that flickered. Back then, if there were guests, the momentum of Jie School shaking his head, Taoist Duobao stopped thinking about it and said warmly, please. Chapter 1360. How could this be compared? If the previous black tortoise Dao body was a high-quality, flawless white jade, then the current Dao body was the best quality mutton fat jade. How could this be compared? The difference was like heaven and earth. There was no way to compare at all. Kong Xian was so envious that his eyes turned blue. Master really likes senior sister. I'm extremely envious. Damn, my Dao body was destroyed, but I can still have such benefits. Although I'm the first peacock in the world, and the five-color divine light rarely meets a match, I'm limited by this body. My highest achievement is only the peak of the sage to be, and it's difficult for me to become a saint. I also want to be like this. Broken. The Grand Master of Heaven's voice sounded with a smile. Kong Xian, if you want to follow suit, it's possible. It's not difficult for me to reconstruct your body. Kong Xian's spirit was lifted. Master, are you serious? The Grand Master of Heaven said, Of course, but the 9 mysterious wood has been used up. I only have a little wudong wood left. Kong Xian's eyes were fixed, and he looked depressed. Then forget it. I suddenly feel that being a peacock is not bad. The 5-color divine light rarely meets a match. It's quite good. Ha ha ha. Even the goddess of turtle spirit laughed out loud. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at the harmony between the master and disciple and could not help but smile. He had long forgotten about the previous topic. Inexplicably, he felt that the atmosphere between the master and disciple was similar to the atmosphere between him and Zhuo Xiaoyan with his parents. The kind of easygoing, amiable, but mixed with a thick kinship that even the heart and soul could not melt. Thank you for saving me. The goddess of turtle spirit walked over and slowly knelt on the ground. She was actually bowing. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan were shocked. They wanted to avoid and stop her, but they realized that they could not move at all. They could only passively accept the bow. They could not help but look embarrassed. The Prime of Tongtian said slowly, My 2 little friends, you don't have to feel ashamed. You deserve this bow. You deserve it. Then he said, Show me your twin hammers. Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned. Senior, how did you know that I was using a hammer? Then, realization dawned on him. Sister Yin must have told you. The goddess of turtle spirit pursed her lips and smiled. Master, do you still need me to say it? What doesn't he know? Zhuo Xiaoduo chuckled. He took out his twin hammers and offered them up with both hands. Tongtian looked at it and smiled. He waved his sleeve, and a white light and a black light went into the 9-9 cat hammer. He said, This is the primordial yin-yang qi that I obtained in the past. I'll give it to you. The corner of Kong Xian's mouth twitched again. It was sore. Master, I'm jealous again. Although Zhuo Xiaoduo did not want to expose himself, Bai and Jiu went crazy when they saw the primordial yin-yang qi. They lost their rationality and revealed their true forms. They ran out happily without caring about anything else. Bai hugged the white light with a blissful expression. Jiu hugged the black light with a satisfied expression. The moment the 2 gourds came into contact with the primordial yin-yang qi, they transformed again and approached their fully mature state. The Grand Master of Heaven smiled faintly. There was nothing wrong with his expression. Dao was Duo Bao, and Kong Xian's eyes flashed. This is a gourd? So Xiaoduo was speechless. He looked at Duo Bao and Kong Xian with a look that said, Why are you so surprised? He rolled his eyes and said, Of course this is a gourd. Could it be a cucumber? This gourd looked so obvious. Who could not tell that it was a gourd? These 2 almighties were actually making a fuss over nothing that this is a gourd. Listen to him. He's asking like a retard. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt disdain in his heart. Duo Bao and Kong Xian were speechless. They were all smart people. How could they not know what Zhuo Xiaoduo meant? But is that what we mean? This kid was handsome and had delicate features. Everything about him was good except for his mouth. Could it be a cucumber? I really want to ask you how you can say that. Now that I see him, I feel a little itchy. What should I do? The Grand Master of Heaven said to Zhuo Xiaoyan, Show me your sword. Then, he waved his hand at the soul-snatching sword. A small ice cube appeared in his hand. The moment the ice cube appeared, the temperature of the entire Penglai island dropped sharply. Ice Xiao exclaimed and came out of the soul-snatching sword. The Grand Master of Heaven smiled and threw the ice cube over. Ice Xiao hugged it excitedly. Crack, 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 crack. The sound of ice freezing could be heard. The Ice Soul Little Duo was actually frozen by that block of ice. Little Xiao Duo hugged the ice cube, and had already merged with the ice cube, as if they were one. Zhuo and Zhuo widened their eyes. Oh my god, today was a miracle. The ice spirit could be frozen. Is this a joke? This ice soul's cultivation is still shallow. When it completely digests this piece of ice, its cultivation will be almost enough. The prime of Tong Tian smiled and said, you can put it back into the sword to help it digest it slowly. Zhuo did as she was told. Suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration and said, Senior, is this ice cube the first ice cube when the chaos was first created? The Grand Master of Heaven smiled and said, Little girl, you are quite knowledgeable. This sentence was particularly meaningful and lingered for a long time. Zhuo blushed and said, I don't know why I suddenly had this idea. The Grand Master of Heaven laughed heartily, and his eyes were clear. He said, well, since you have such an opportunity today, if there is something you can't handle in the future, I will help you. The Saintess of Turtle Spirit's body trembled, and she hurriedly said to Zhuo, hurry up and thank my master. Zhuo felt blessed and bowed down. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. The Grand Master of Heaven laughed. Zhuo looked at his spirit-snatching sword and felt that the frozen little duo's heart was filled with ecstasy that was about to explode. A smile appeared on his face, and the iceberg melted. It was magnificent. Zhuo, on the other hand, was focused on her 99 kitty hammer. She watched the two little fellows, one white and one black, rolling around with the yin and yang energy. She revealed a motherly smile, but it ruined her original handsome appearance. Looking at Zhuo's expression, the Grand Master of Heaven could not help but laugh. He stared at the two gourds for a moment and suddenly smiled again. Then he waved his hand, and a purple-yellow gourd floated out. Bai and Jiu were stunned when they saw it. Then they shouted excitedly, Fifth brother? The purple-yellow gourd was very surprised by the change in front of it. With a whoosh, a naive young man's face appeared from it. He scratched his head and looked at Bai and Jiu hesitantly. He said naively, What the hell? You two got married later? What's going on? Back then, wasn't our mother uprooted by Empress Hua? The people around them were overjoyed when they heard this question. So, this is how gourds talk to each other? Even though everyone present was knowledgeable and had a good memory, they still felt that their horizons had been broadened again. Well, Zhuo and his wife thought that they were knowledgeable and had a good memory. So, they had to explain it here. Bai puffed up his cheeks and rolled his eyes. It said that it was a withered vine that was uprooted, and the spiritual root was not uprooted. Bad fifth brother, are you looking forward to our mother being uprooted? You unfilial son. No. I didn't mean that. The purple-yellow gourd was obviously a little naive. It was happy and excited, and its words were not conveying its meaning. Suddenly, it stretched out its hand and took out two Shao Qilins from a gourd. One was red, and the other was blue. Come, look at my partners. We can play together. It lifted the two fist-sized Qilins by their necks, as if they were two rabbits. Seeing this, Zhuo couldn't help but touch the back of his neck. Zhuo also subconsciously looked at the back of Zhuo's neck. It was probably because of this scene that both of them had a very familiar feeling that the three gourds huddled together and whispered something. The two Qilins ran between the three gourds and then squeezed into a corner to talk. The purple-yellow gourd seemed to give something to Bai and Jiu, and it seemed that Bai and Jiu also gave something to the purple-yellow gourd. Anyway, after a while, the three gourds shook together and rolled around. It could be seen that these three brothers would be very happy. In particular, the purple-yellow gourd kept sighing. I didn't expect that there would be a female gourd among us. It's so beautiful. It's even more magnificent than the creation of the world. Jiu frowned and tried to persuade it. Fifth brother, we're related by blood. It's impossible for you and Bai to be together. In human terms, it's called. What's it called? It's not a good word. It means that it's impossible. The purple-yellow gourd was speechless. Can't you be a little more pure? Where did you learn such filthy thoughts from? Think about our roots. We should be high and mighty, looking down on all living beings. Look at you. You're just messing around with all living beings. Zwa Xiaoduo coughed. He was speechless and sat up straight. At this moment, Taoist Duobao said, "Master, the current situation, the entanglement of the past." The Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit and Kong Xian pricked up their ears and listened carefully. The Prime of Tongtian pondered for a while and finally said, "Forget it. Let's just talk about it today." Xiao Duo and Little Nian are also here, so they can listen together. It's okay to spread my thoughts to the 3 continents in the ancestral land. Yes, the past, the present, and countless things. The Prime of Tongtian sat on the lotus platform and faced the 5 people in front of him, 3 disciples and 2 guests. Chapter 1361. From a moment the Grand Master of Heaven started to preach, golden lotuses continuously appeared in the void. They floated down and landed on the 5 of them. They slowly disappeared and merged into their souls. It was the saint's Tao preaching. Heavenly flowers fell from the sky. Every heavenly flower had a bit of Tao essence circulating. What happened back then is not right or wrong. The Grand Master of Heaven said slowly, although there are grudges, everything is caused by people. It's different because of emotions. If it's right or wrong, there's nothing. The goddess of Turtle Spirit was indignant. She said, "Master, the 2 from the Western sect." The Grand Master of Heaven sighed softly. They are not wrong. Eldest senior brother has a stable footing and established Ren school. He does not need to scheme and can exist forever. Therefore, eldest senior brother advocates in action. That's because there's no need for it. The so-called living beings, the so-called races, no matter how they transcend in the end, they will eventually transform into humans. Turtle Spirit. Why did you transform into a human female immortal when you transformed into a mystic turtle previously? Do you understand the logic behind this? The sect master asked. The goddess of Turtle Spirit broke out in cold sweat. I didn't think too much about it back then. Only today did I vaguely understand after hearing Master's words. Yes, it's actually very simple. To put it bluntly, it's just people. The Grand Master of Heaven said calmly, for example, the people of the Western sect, the demons, the spirit race, the people of Chan School, and the people of Jie School. Have you ever heard of the West of the Western sect? The spirit of the spirit race? The Chan School of Chan School? The Jie School? Is that so? Never. Even Kane life forms will end up in human form when they walk in the mortal world. For example, your junior brother Kong Xian. Could it be that when he's with you, he's always the peacock that shines in the world and often spreads its tail? Also, your senior brother Duobao. Taoist Duobao covered his mouth and coughed dryly. He, who had always been calm, actually looked embarrassed. In any case, I have been a Buddha for many years. Master, please leave some face for me. The Grand Master of Heaven smiled. As expected, he did not expose his eldest disciple's shortcomings. Instead, he continued, for example, when the immortals gather, you can't be turtles, peacocks, rats, wolves, worms, tigers, and leopards. Is that scene even worth watching? Zwa Xiaoduo and Zwa Xiaoyan subconsciously made the connection, but they couldn't help but laugh at the scene. He felt that what the senior said was not only vivid, but also humorous. Just a few words were already fascinating. He did not see a black line flash across Taoist Duobao's forehead. In the end, he still couldn't avoid it, although it was rather subtle. But back then, eldest martial uncle's choice was. The goddess of Turtle Spirit continued. Yes, but that still has nothing to do with right or wrong. The only difference is our standpoint. The Grand Master of Heaven said warmly, from the perspective of Ren School, if Jie School prospers, the living beings will be plunged into misery and suffering. What about second uncle? What your second martial uncle did was to go with the flow. There was no right or wrong. He just happened to stand on your first martial uncle's side. It said that it was a battle between the Chan School and Jie School back then. In fact, it's a far-fetched generalization. How can there be any benefits to compete between the two sects? Since there are no conflicts of interest, why talk about opposing each other? Back then, During the calamity, our GS school lost. That's an indisputable fact. However, did Chan school win? What did they win? The Grandmaster of Heaven chuckled. I understand. Duo Bao and the others nodded. Yes, back then, during the God-confirmed tribulation, it was said that GS school and Chan school were fighting. Later on, GS school lost, but Chan school won? What did they win? Did they prosper? Yes, so back then, you had to think of a word. What is the word Chan of Chan school? Explanation. Then, who should you explain it to? Naturally, it's to explain it to living beings. Taoist Duo Bao was deep in thought. What is the essence of living beings? Humans are the foundation. Yes, at the end of the day, it's always about humans. The Grandmaster of Heaven heaved a sigh of relief and said, since everyone has the same destination, there is no right or wrong. There is no right or wrong. All things return to one. It's not just talk. As for the Western sect, their various methods may be unsightly in our eyes, or they may be despicable and shameless, or they may be unscrupulous. However, think about it from their perspective, it makes sense. If they don't do that, how can they have the hope of rising? If they completely follow the trend of the times, they won't have the chance to preach the Tao to the central planes, because they are ultimately the external Tao. And the reason why they are unscrupulous and willing to pay any price to make the Western sect prosper is just for their own interests? No. What benefits do they have? Both of them have the indestructible body. What benefits are there to compete for? Tong Tian said in a low voice, the true meaning of what they did was that they had decided long ago. Their doctrines were correct, feasible, and in line with the will of the great Tao of nature. They could enlighten all living beings and save all living beings from torment. Therefore, even if they have to kill countless lives, even if they have to step into hell, they have to do it. They have to press forward with indomitable will. This is the belief in their hearts. They have always believed that they are right, righteous, and righteous. That's why there is the heaven and earth killing tribulation. That's why the Western sect is doing this. Everyone was deep in thought. The Grandmaster of Heaven said slowly, and our GS sect has 50 great Taos and 49 heavenly Tao, and we have to intercept the one that escapes from this world and sees a chance of survival. People often say that I teach without discrimination. Even those who don't wear fur and armor can be taken in as disciples. The Grandmaster of Heaven said, but if that's not the case, how can we be called GS sect? If you follow the heavenly Tao and follow the heavenly Tao, then you're just food for the human race. This is the nourishment of all living beings. You're all food in the mouth. Although living beings reproduce, they can only die in the end and become food for others. And the word Jia in GS sect comes from this. It is to intercept a chance of survival for the thousands of races that should be on the plate. This is the original intention of the GS sect. If you're humans in the first place, how can you say that you have intercepted a chance of survival? That's why eldest senior brother said that it was wrong for me to teach without discrimination. Little did he know that his words were also wrong in my opinion. The Grandmaster of Heaven said softly, my mistake is that I did not teach. I failed to pass down my morals. That is the foundation. After all, it was an indisputable fact that the immortals of GS sect wreaked havoc in the primordial world back then. Most of the people who harmed living beings were indeed immortals of GS sect. This is known to all. There's no need to argue. Taoist Duo Bao sat upright and pondered. He slowly said, yes, GS sect is intercepting a chance of survival. The demons also discovered that the main characters of the world had changed after the human race prospered. If they did not fight, they would die. They had no choice but to fight. In their bones, they were fighting for that chance of survival. The Wu people, the spirit race, and the demon race were all the same. The calamity of all living beings is only a chance of survival. The survival of a lineage is just that. Different ideals and different standpoints. There is no right or wrong. At the end of the day, it's all the same. The Grandmaster of Heaven's slow voice was like the evening drum and morning bell. He actually expressed his sincere understanding of the actions of the various races. Then, what should we do in the future? What's the plan for the reopening of the calamity this time? The goddess of turtle spirit was a little confused. Since everyone is not wrong, then there's no wrong. It has never stopped the immortals of GS sect from doing things. The Grand Master of Heaven smiled faintly, but his eyes gradually turned sharp. They are not wrong. We are naturally not wrong. Therefore, we will do things based on our own standpoints. We will either suppress the rebels, seek justice, or end the grudges. These are all things that we believe. They owe us. Our ideals are not wrong. There's no mistake. The heart that we uphold is as firm as the Western sect. There's nothing wrong with us intercepting a chance of survival. Right and wrong. It's just a matter of victory and defeat. The Grand Master of Heaven said calmly, for example, Duo Bao. If you go to Guangchengzi to settle the feud with the fire spirit, you will naturally have your reasons if you win. However, if you lose, it will be good for Guangchengzi to kill you. If you go to Randang to take revenge on Jin Ling, it will be the same. It will be the same logic. Because there was no right or wrong in the Great Tribulation at that time. It was only about standpoints. Although there was no right or wrong, it did not mean that you could kill for nothing. It's fine if GS School loses. However, now that GS School has risen again, those who owe me have to take it back. Once the fairness that we think exists, we will reconsider the world again. Let's reevaluate the rules of the world. This is the Tao of GS School. We are not wrong either. The eyes of the three disciples lit up. Their hearts, which had been hanging in the air, were immediately relieved. Yes, we are not wrong. GS School has no intention of becoming enemies with Chan School. However, we need to find justice. GS School has no intention of becoming enemies with the Western sect. However, we need to find justice. GS School has no intention of becoming enemies with Ren School. However, we need to find justice. GS School has no intention of becoming enemies with the demons. However, we need to find justice back then. The Grand Master of Heaven's words seemed to be repetitive, but the aura in them soared into the sky and surged through the 9 heavens as he said the names one by one. Daoist Duo Bao heaved a sigh of relief and said in a solemn voice, Master is right. We won't cause trouble, but we need to find justice in our hearts, especially the Western sect. Back then, the 3 sects signed the God roll. What did it have to do with the Western sect? Since he interfered, he naturally had to pay the price. What does it have to do with the demons, Luya? Everyone pushes a man who is down. Since he pushed him back then, he has to bear the karma today. Luya. The Grand Master of Heaven smiled faintly. He seemed to be implying something, but he did not continue. The atmosphere in the hall became gloomy. At this moment, Zhuo also understood. The Grand Master of Heaven's meaning was very clear. He even had some similarities with his thoughts. That was, you have offended me. I understand, I know. I can also put myself in your shoes and think about it from your perspective. I don't think there's anything wrong with what you did. However, that has not stopped me from settling the score with you. Because I'm not wrong either. Send out all the stocks and what I wrote today. Have a good time and continue to accumulate. Chapter 1362. Yes, you have 1,000 reasons and all kinds of reasons. However, that's just your position. What does your position have to do with me? You ruin my plans and kill my people. I will find trouble with you. Therefore, I hope you can understand me. Even if you don't understand, it doesn't matter. Anyway, you have offended me. I will find trouble with you. Zhuo felt that his train of thoughts, and rules were too suitable for him. That was what he should do. However, he did not realize that others thought and did that because of the matter itself. However, the Grand Master of Heaven's actions and words were equivalent to erasing his sins. It was only right for you to deal with me. I took revenge on you because it was only right for you to deal with me. If you kill me, you don't have to be burdened with sins. If I kill you, I won't be burdened with sins. Therefore, the Grand Master of Heaven added at the end, It's only to settle the karma of the past and future of GS School. It has nothing to do with all living beings. Not being tainted by karma and having no future troubles was the key. When Xiaoduo bade farewell and left, he felt as if he had a dream. After the Grand Master of Heaven finished talking about what happened back then, he began to talk about Tao cultivation. He talked about his own great Tao and the great Tao of heaven and earth, that it was the first times where Xiaoduo had experienced such a situation. He felt countless insights automatically enter his ears and merge with his divine sense. His cultivation level and divine sense advanced that countless imprints of the great Tao squeezed over in clumps and piles. It only ended when his head felt a little swollen, dizzy, and stuffy. When he walked out of the Green Turing Palace, he turned around and felt a heartfelt longing for the 2 meditation cushions. As for Kong Xian, under Duobao's pleas, he also put down a meditation cushion in the hall. Although he was at the bottom, Kong Xian was so excited that he was incoherent. His rough face was flushed as if he had encountered a great thing. At that time, Zhuo Xiaoduo did not understand. However, after listening to the Tao lecture, he understood. He was even envious. That was because they could often sit on that meditation cushion to listen to lectures. However, he did not know when the next time he came to listen to lectures would be that. What he didn't know was that even Gui Ling and Duo Bao were surprised. Master had preached the Tao many times before, but he had never talked about so much content at once. This time, it was as if all the Tao had converged. He only cared about talking and didn't care about how the people below digested it. He and Kong Xian were better off. However, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, who had just returned, felt her head swell as she listened at the moment of departure. The goddess of Turtle Spirit gave Zhuo Xiaoyan a bracelet and felt very ashamed. Since he had just returned, he really didn't have anything with him. And this was something he had just taken from Duobao. Taoist Duobao understood the goddess of Turtle Spirit's intentions. I'll help Junior Sister buy some clothes for little Nyenner. Gui Ling already felt a bit guilty for taking a bracelet from Ji Hao, so she wouldn't accept any more bracelets. However, the eldest senior brother, it was fine for him to give a gift for his junior sister. Besides, it was given by Duo Bao himself, so Gui Ling didn't owe him a favor, and he didn't need to return it. The goddess of Turtle Spirit naturally understood her eldest senior brother's intentions. She sighed in her heart and was secretly grateful. Duo Bao gave Zhuo Xiaoyan a purple ribbon immortal robe that could be changed at will. This is a cloud that I picked from the chaos back then. I originally wanted to give it to my disciple for her wedding. He sighed and did not continue. He changed the topic and said, "This purple ribbon immortal robe can change according to your wishes. After I refined it again over the years, it's even better at dissipating force. Even if a quasi-saint attacks with all his strength, it can dissipate 3 times. Yes, I also have a bottle of 9 lotus treasure pills here. I'll give it to you and your wife. This pill can correct the great Tao once. There are 9 of them. I think it should be enough. Little Nyenner, I'll also give you this jade hairpin. This hairpin can hide from the divination of the heavenly mystery. Even if the heavenly mystery is no longer chaotic, as long as you don't burst out your own power, no one can find your root." This pair of azure sky shoes was the first color of the clear sky that appeared in the world when the world was created. It was kept by the powerful people at that time and made into 3 treasures. One of them was refined into a pair of shoes by my master. Usually, it automatically absorbs the spiritual chi of heaven and earth as a foundation. When it's used, it can move thousands of miles with a thought. It won't damage one's divine sense or consume one's vital energy. Usually, when it's used to travel, it's as easy as moving one's arm. My master gave it to me to travel in the untainted land. However, it's too delicate. I'm a man, so I didn't use it. I'll give it to you too. This is the heart-killing bead. I refined it by observing the sword chi of the 4 immortal-killing swords on a daily basis. When I meet a strong enemy, I use it as a trump card. Once hit by it, the heart of anyone below the sage-to-be will be crushed into powder. But remember, this treasure can only be used 3 times. After 3 times, you have to send it back to the Aquamarine Palace to rest before it can be used again. Well, this is the polar ice that was left behind before the chaos was created. It can be used for your daily practice. By the way, when I returned from the west, I brought back the water of the Lotus Pond of Merit. I'll give you a bottle. You can drink it to assist your practice. It's also very effective in healing wounds and detoxifying. I'll also give you a divine thought. It's risky to travel in the untainted land. Although you two have good cultivation, you're still inexperienced. If you encounter any danger, you can activate this divine thought. I'll come to your rescue in the shortest time possible. At that time, I'll practice the art of thousands of incarnations. I don't want to return to my sect, so I'll use it on you too. Zhuo Xiaoyan was not the only one who was dumbfounded. Even Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was watching from the side, was dumbfounded. These were all dream treasures that had never been seen or heard of before. However, this Taoist of many treasures actually gave them all to Zhuo Xiaoyan as if he was piling rubbish outside. This was no longer giving them one by one. It was simply piling them over here. Regardless of whether it was Zhuo Xiaoduo or Zhuo Xiaoyan, they were not narrow-minded people. A considerable portion of the top treasures and precious materials in the 3 continents were in the hands of this couple. There was no need to mention the spiritual roots, spiritual seedlings, and spiritual fruits. It was enough to say that they were rich. However, it also depended on who they were compared to. Compared to Taoist of many treasures in front of them, he directly made the 2 of them disappear. There's no need to make a fuss. The goddess of turtle spirit smiled. Why don't you think about it? My eldest senior brother's Taoist name is Taoist of many treasures. As for why he's called many treasures, do you know now? That's because he has a lot of treasures. So Xiaoduo was enlightened. So Xiaoduo is not considered a lot. Many treasures are. Finally, Duobao's gift to Zhuo Xiaoyan had come to an end. Zhuo Xiaoyan kept thanking him. Her lips were already numb. Finally, it was Zhuo Xiaoduo's turn. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. He walked forward quickly and did not hide his desire. Thank you for sending us off, Brother Duobao. We're leaving now. His meaning was very clear. You've already given my wife so much. You can't be stingy with me, right? Shouldn't you give me piles and piles of them too? Xiaoduo was overjoyed by the anticipation in his heart. Yes, after today, I don't know when we'll meet again. Take care, everyone. Taoist Duobao smiled and said, by the way, there's something I need your help with. It's probably on the way. Help. Help. Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned. Are you not going to give me anything? Forget it. I've already given Lil Nian so much. However, why are you still arranging for me to work? Isn't the difference in treatment too great? Besides, junior brother, where did the word junior brother come from? Where did it come from? You and Nian have meditation cushions in the Green Touring Palace. You're naturally our junior brothers and sisters. Jia School can recognize this. You don't have to. Taoist Duobao replied with a smile, as if he had seen through Zhuo Xiaoduo's doubts. There seemed to be another meaning in his tone. Zhuo Xiaoduo was even more perplexed. How am I supposed to answer that? Besides, where are the treasures? That's the main point, all right? Junior brother, you will definitely pass through the North Ocean on your way back to the human race from Penglai Island. Taoist Duobao pressed Zhuo Xiaoduo's shoulder and said, your senior sister Yunxiao is being suppressed under the Qilin Cliff in the North Ocean. You can go there and save her and let her return to the Green Touring Palace. Zhuo Xiaoduo scratched his head and said, senior sister Yunxiao is being suppressed? It's only right for me to save her, but what should I do? Do you think I can do it with my shallow means? What you have to do is actually very simple. There is an Uncle Master's golden note on the Qilin Cliff that seals the mouth of the heavens. The cloud path is the key. Junior brother, when the time comes, you only have to use your full strength and use your 9-9 cat. Taoist Duobao sighed and said, hammer, just smash it with all your might. Unless it was necessary, he really did not want to mention that name. To be honest, let's not talk about how many years I've been in Jia School. Let's just talk about how long I've been Buddha. However, this is the first time I'm so speechless. Could it be that after leaving the Western sect, my calmness has deteriorated? How can I lose my balance so easily? However, to give this supreme grade treasure a name, Taoist Duo could not help but chant a Buddhist name. Amateus. Sigh. Is it that simple? It's that simple. Then, I'm leaving? Zhuoxiao Duo hesitated. He stared at Duo with an expectant gaze without blinking. Go. Then, I'm really leaving just like that? Zhuoxiao Duo felt that he had been treated differently. His tone and eyes were filled with resentment. Yes, let's go. Zhuoxiao Duo could not give up. He tried his best one last time. Senior brother Duo, don't you have anything to say to me? He blinked his small eyes and tried his best to express. Yes. It was an indication. There was no need to be so ostentatious and overflowing. The goddess of turtle spirit, who was at the side, tried her best to hold back her laughter. Under Zhuoxiao's expectant gaze, Taoist Duo said calmly, of course. Junior brother, have a safe journey. Take care. See you in the future. Ha ha. Hong Xian, who was at the side, slapped his thigh and laughed. He had really reached his limit and could not hold it in anymore. Zhuoxiaoyan pulled Zhuoxiao Duo. Let's go. Don't embarrass yourself here. Zhuoxiao Duo was still looking back. Clearly, he was hoping to be lucky. I'm leaving, senior brother Duo. I'm really leaving. I'm really leaving this time. Don't keep me. Damn, you really didn't say anything. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.